council meeting. It is Tuesday, is it the 7th, the 9th? I know, it's been going so fast, and this is our last meeting before recess, and we are going to recess. We will be back in August. Before that, give me 1 second. We have so many tabs. We were trying to figure out what time we are leaving. Today, Vice Mayor, I think, I'd say what time, you know what, this agenda is, give us 1 second. It's just so many things. Okay, okay, here we go. Oh my God. The computer wasn't working, okay, so we'll have roll call followed by Pledge of Allegiance by Commander Torres from the North Miami Police Department, followed by invocation by David Chase of Northwest Baptist Church, and then we'll take it from there.
Mayor Deselman,
Here?
Vice Mayor Estime Irvin,
Present.
Councilman Galvin,
Here.
Councilwoman Timothy,
Here.
Councilman Charles.
Present.
Mayor, you have a quorum to proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Commander Torres?
Good afternoon. Everyone, please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please, you may be seated.
Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for allowing me to do this today. It's my privilege and honor to be here. I lived here in North Miami for 25 years, and every mayor I voted for got elected. So congratulations, evidently I'm doing well. I've been at Northwest Baptist Church for 35 years now,
We need to come and see you.
and I actually know Jeff.
Oh, yeah.
And so we've been friends for way back with softballs at Brian, what is that? Ben Franklin.
Ben Franklin?
We
You
were
know
soft.
Carol?
I'm that old.
Oh.
So I know I might not look it, but
And
I
didn't
am.
know Scott.
But I just want to thank you for allowing me this opportunity. And I live 6 blocks from the church, which is right off of Opelika Boulevard at 10th Avenue. And many of you go by it and think it's warehouses, but that's our church. So let's pray together, shall we? Our most gracious Heavenly Father, you have said in your word, happy or blessed is the nation whose God is our Lord. It doesn't matter if we are in Washington, D.C., or if we are at our local council session as we are here tonight. God, you have placed these in authority. We are told in Romans 13:1 that all authority comes from God, and in these positions of authority have been placed there by you. And as citizens, we are to submit ourselves to the governing authorities because they have been placed there by you. You even told Pilate, though he had the power to release you before you went to die on the cross for the sins of the world, that you would have no power unless it were given to him from above. We are told that as Christians, we are to bring honor to you and your name, a name that is above every name, because there is salvation in no one else but you. A name that is honored when we submit ourselves to the authority of every human institution, as they are to bring punishment to those who do wrong, but also to uplift, praise, and encourage those who do right by obeying the laws of this incredible nation. We as Christians are also told to pray and intercede on behalf of our governing officials so that they may lead a life of godliness, because that is what is good and that is what pleases you, O Lord. Father, I pray that as we lift up this governing institution before you, I pray that you will give them the wisdom and understanding in all their decisions that they make. I pray that they will trust in you, O God, with all of their heart. I pray that they will not depend on their own understanding. I pray that they will seek your will in all that they do, and I pray that you will give them the discernment, the guidance, the direction that they need. And I pray that as they act with integrity as they serve the people of North Miami, recognizing that their position is a special calling from you, where they are called to serve and not to be served. And Father, I pray your hand of protection upon them and their families. And I pray it all in the precious name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. God bless you, sir.
It's so big. Oh my God, we have standing room only. All right, thank you. We do have a full, Madam Manager, do we have any, thank you again, Pastor Chase, he left. Madam thank you, sir. Thank you so kindly. Oh, I got it. This is another add-on to this? This is, oh, what is it? Okay, we do have a lot tonight. We're trying to get to it as fast as we can. Madam Manager, any addition, deletion, I'm hoping?
Yes.
Amendment?
One deletion, tab M is being pulled by the applicant.
Okay, what is tab M?
Tab M is for a CUP at, for the mixed-use 20-story 76 apartment unit with 139 rooms
Okay.
in District 2.
That's it?
That is the only deletion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Attorney, is this it?
Yes, Mayor, the agenda is set. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. All right. We have a couple of presentations, so let's go ahead. We have a special presentation from our city clerk. Madam Clerk, do you want to do this special? Well, you have two special presentation, and then we have, well, Councilman Galvin, the good news is we don't have to get down. And then we have a special presentation, Live Local Act presentation by Ms. Love. So Madam Clerk, do you want to take those two presentations first? Or the special presentation by Ms. Jurgensen Gillen from the, you could do both. Do you need us to come down?
I don't know, that's our Southeast Regional Director for the
Oh.
FACC is Janorgan Gillian from the city of Hollandale Beach.
Ah, all right. Whichever. Okay.
Good evening, council members.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, a little bit nervous and giddy.
Ah.
My name is Jen Guillen. I'm the city clerk of the city of Hollandale Beach, and I'm also the South District Director for the Florida Association of City Clerks. I'm joined here tonight by Ms. Roseanne Parado, Indian Creek Village Clerk. On behalf of the Florida Association of City Clerks, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to recognize City Clerk Vanessa Joseph.
Hey.
I'm not the only one. Esquire, for obtaining the Master Municipal Clerk designation. In 2019, Vanessa Joseph was elected as the City Clerk of North Miami, making history as the youngest person and the first Black woman to hold this position. During her tenure, Vanessa was focused on enhancing civic engagement among North Miami residents through initiatives such as voting campaigns and Madam Clerk projects, the cute little coloring books, which educates children about civic responsibilities. In December 2022, she achieved the professional milestone of becoming a certified municipal clerk, a first for an elected city clerk of North Miami. At the 2024 Florida Association of City Clerks Summer Conference and Academy in Kissimmee, Florida, on June 26, 2024, Vanessa was honored with the Robert N. Clark Memorial Award. The Robert N. Clark Memorial Award was established to recognize a Florida city clerk who has significantly promoted and advanced the ideas and goals of the profession by actively participating in improving municipal government. Named after Robert N. Clark, the first ever FACC president, who served in 1972, This award symbolizes the pinnacle of excellence in the field. This celebrates her outstanding contributions to advancing municipal governance and promoting the profession and her efforts to improve public access to records, enhance election management, and force civic engagement through educational initiatives like video summaries of council meetings and educational resources for young residents about civil government roles. She is part of the Miami-Dade County Municipal Clerk Association. She is part of the Florida Association of City Clerks and International Institute of Municipal Clerks Association. I could name so many others, but I want to keep your meeting short. Currently, the Florida Association of City Clerks has over 626 members. Of our 626 members, there are over 103 members who have reached Master Municipal Clerk designation, your clerk being one of them. To achieve Master Municipal Clerk designation, the first step is becoming a certified municipal clerk. The Certified Municipal Clerk program is designed to enhance the job performance and recognizes the professionalism of the clerk's office in small and large municipalities. To earn the Certified Municipal Clerk designation, a clerk must attend extensive education programs, including a minimum of 120 student and instructor contact hours of in-depth courses and requires experience in municipality. The program prepares the applicant to meet the challenges of the complex role of the municipal clerk by providing them with quality education in partnership with institutions of higher learning. The Master Municipal Clerk Academy was established to further the professional education of city clerks. To earn Master Municipal Clerk status, clerks are required to attain a minimum of 160 hours in advanced education with 80% of coursework in public administration and 20% in electives. Clerks must also attain 20 points in professional and social contributions, which includes attendance at professional meetings and conferences, and awards or special honors received for all achievements. Vanessa served her local Broward County Municipal Clerks Association and Broward Committee. On behalf of the Florida Association of City Clerks and the South District, please join me in congratulating Ms. Vanessa as one of our newest Master Municipal Clerks and recipient of the Robert N. Clark Award. We're so proud of you. So now we'll be presenting her with her certificate and her pin.
Oh, you got it? That was it? Oh, I didn't see it. And now I have, oh, the clerk pen, okay. Oh. I know, I'll get them in the picture. And now, Madam Clerk, there, this is, Scott, I think we're gonna be, Vanessa, this is after the picture.
Of course.
After we done, after the pictures. Are we done? Okay. Okay, and now, this is the Robert N. Clark Memorial Award 2024 presented to Vanessa Joseph Esquire, M.M., City Clerk of North Miami, for having promoted the advance of idea and goals of the city clerk profession and by actively participating in the improvement of municipal government in the state and local communities, presented by the Florida Association of Clerks, presented June 2024. no. Presentation is short. And now, Miss Love. Yes,
Mayor, real quick,
sir.
on tab M,
Yes.
we just want to make clear that on tab M, that's going to be heard at the next.
So it's
It's
tabled?
tabled to the next meeting
Okay.
in
August?
August.
Okay, August. So M is tabled to August. August 26th? Okay.
Okay.
27, okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. For the record, Debbie Love, Development Services. Last year, we came before you to talk about the Live Local Act. And there's been an update we wanted to bring to your attention. As you recall, last year when we came before you, it had just passed. It was really focusing on streamlining and incentivizing affordable housing and had all sorts of standards and policies that were adopted as part of from the Florida legislature. And since that time, in this past legislative session, SB 328 provided an update to the Live Local, and it was really in response to some interpretation issues, and then really, as we talked, we were concerned about the impact to single-family neighborhoods. So they've looked at some of the provisions in there, and I'm going to pass this along to you. I'm hoping to do it pretty quickly. So they did do 3 clarifications. One was the maximum unit density, and really what it says is that whatever it is currently, they add the word currently to it, so that in the future, if we reduce, currently it's 100 dwelling units per acre is our highest as of right density in the city. So it says that even in 30 years from now, if that changes, they can still have that same height density for Live Local projects. They did clarify the maximum building height to within a mile as shown on a special purpose survey, so that was a big deal. And they did talk about the expansion of the tax exemptions for property taxes and made it retroactive, so that for your tax exemption, it's the land and the buildings, and it's made it retroactive back to January of 2024. They did add some new provisions, however. In the unit mix, now you can do for sale market rate units as part of your Live Local. Before, it was strictly rental. So now you can have a mixture of condominiums and rental units for workforce rental. The floor area ratio, they clarified that. We don't have that in the city, so it's really not applicable to us. But one key thing here is the height protections for single-family neighborhoods. If a property is adjacent to, on at least 2 sides, to a single-family neighborhood, and if that neighborhood has 25 housing units contiguous to that, then the height won't come from a mile. It'll come from either 3 things, either 150% of the tallest adjacent building, which means they have to touch, the properties have to touch, the tallest currently allowed height on the property, or 3 stories. So it does provide some protections, so that's kind of a nice feature to it. They did, however, if you want to get bonus units as part of your project, before they would have to go through a conditional use permit. Now it's all done administratively, so they don't have to get a conditional use permit for any of the bonus units, and there's no public hearing involved. It has to be done administratively.
And Ms. Love, that is
Yes,
that
sir.
is by state law now. That's not a city council decision. We have no authority over that. City?
Correct,
So the
sir.
state has preempted our ability to further regulate properties.
That's correct, sir. And they have said that we can no longer require parking of any sort if it's in a TOD area, that would be the North Miami Transit Station overlay, as well as the Special Development TOD up north. So we cannot make them put parking in those areas. And then if you are, this is really not applicable to us particularly, but in other areas of the city, they get a 20% parking reduction. And if you're adjacent to a major transportation hub, such as a rail stop or a bus stop, not a bus stop, but a bus station, we don't have that here in the city. So at this point, it's only in those TOD areas that we can't make them put parking in.
Ms. Love,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have a question, Councilman Timothy, through the manager. With that one, since we've already approved projects and there's projects that we approved that haven't started being built as of yet, can those projects now come back and change their project to not include parking at all?
Yeah, if they can withdraw and they can come back in under the Live Local Act. There's nothing that prohibits that.
point, there's nothing that we can do if that developer wants to come back and amend their project and remove all the parking.
Ma'am, it allows that under Florida statute
Wow.
now. You can withdraw and come back in under SB 328 and provide no parking in those areas. So they did do something smart, at least. They limited Live Local. You can be in an airport flight zone or a noise zone. But they are requiring us to put all of our administrative process on a website. So we are currently working on that now to get all of this up onto the city's website. They did say that the current applications prior to this, they can proceed under it or they can withdraw and come back under 382 so that they can take advantage of these new provisions in 382. They did fund, again, annually, because it's a non-recurring Hometown Heroes incentive program. They did put $100 million into that for this year as well. So I just wanted to remind you that part of this will be affordability commitments that they have to put in place, including deed restrictions on the property. And we do have the process for approvals that has not changed, so this will now go onto our website. Again, just to point out, all of this is done administratively. If they are applying for under the Live Local Act, it has to be a minimum of 40% of the units have to serve 80 to 120% of median income.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Ms. Love. Ms.
Yes,
Love.
sir.
When you say it's done administratively, administration does not have the authority to say no.
No, it means staff approve it.
Correct.
Yeah.
But staff doesn't have the ability to say no. In other words, people show up like this on evenings like tonight to yell at us and tell us to do A, B, or C because we have the power to vote. As I understand this Live Local, this part of the change, administration does not have the ability to say no. So even though it moves the power from us to you, it actually just says it's a done deal. It's not
They do
your
have-
decision. You don't get to vote yay or nay. It's done.
They have to meet all the other requirements of the LDRs and the comp plan except for density and height and the uses.
Right. But in moving the powers from us to you, it's not like you get to say, let's say they check every box.
Sure.
You don't get to say, no, we disapprove this.
That's correct,
Because
sir.
it's, okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I don't know if you're still going on. So could you walk us through what an administrative process would look like?
Sure.
So if someone comes through, says, I want to use the Live Local Act, what, from A to Z, what happens? So that the public understands who, and if you could identify it with the department and the person.
Of course.
Thank you.
All right. So you'll see on this slide is the process for approvals. It has not changed since we originally established it. They will submit a DRC administrative site plan application. That will include traffic analyses, utility impact analyses, all the things to show that it meets concurrency. They have to come up with our code. So it goes to the zoning department, and the zoning department will distribute it to the DRC committee, the Development Review Committee, that consists of police, zoning, planning, CRA, Public Works. My apologies, I just drew a blank for a moment. And all those folks review it from their particular disciplines. They provide comments back. We provide those comments to the applicant where they may be deficient or we may have questions. They then will respond to those comments, and assuming that they meet they respond positive to all of our comments, then we give an approval letter through the DRC. We meet as a unit if there are other questions that they didn't resolve. We'll meet with them as a team, the Development Review Committee, and we'll make sure that they meet every other standard of the code, including urban design, because they are subject to the other requirements that includes design. It includes our sustainability program. So it just takes away the public hearing process.
So no planning commission, no board of adjustment, no.
Unless they are seeking a variance of some sort or a land use change. It doesn't require any sort of public hearings or going before planning commission or a BOA unless, of course, they need a variance.
So, so then once it goes through the DRC process, then it goes back to the applicant. At what point does the manager, does it go to the city manager? So there's no review on the city manager?
No.
Okay, what about the city attorney?
The city attorney, they just are going to review the restrictive covenants that go along with it and approve those, and that's it.
Yeah, Madam Vice Mayor, we've lost the ability to say
Right.
no to a lot of the stuff that we
and I want the public to understand
So
and
do I.
go through,
Yes, ma'am.
all through this process. And so by the time they come to zoning, they go to DRC, there's their review, whatever. What is the approximate time frame that this could happen?
It really depends upon the applicant. We
Like, on
have,
average.
when it comes in, I can tell you on the average of a typical project. When it comes in, the applicant, it takes us about a week and a half for it to get into the system, and then it goes to DRC. That's about 14 days. Then we get the comments back. Once we submit those to the applicant, it's then up to the applicant, whatever time they take to respond.
Mm-hmm.
Everything has to be done within 180 days, because our code says if you don't get approval within 180 days, then you have to start all over again, pay all new fees. So it could take up to 6 months, but it typically does not. It's really dependent upon how long it takes the applicant to respond. Once they respond, we resubmit it back to the DRC to make sure that they have addressed all of their concerns. That is about a week, thereabouts. Assuming that there are no other comments come back, it's another about a week or so for DRC to issue the approval letter, and then that goes to the applicant. And that's it.
So, quickly, Mayor, if I may. Yes, sir. Now, we talking about all development or some specific, everything that has to do with development?
No, sir. This is only if they are opting to put forward a development under the Live Local Act, where they know they have to deed restrict 40% of the units for 80 to 120% of income, median income. And other developments that aren't doing it, they go through the regular process of the conditional use public hearings.
Okay, good. But now, so under that Live Local Act, it's like a way to, I'm not saying like get rid of the planning commission and all that, but this is basically put that commission in a tight position, because not much, if basically they go into the Live Local Act, they don't need to go, they're not coming to us, but also the planning commission will not have a chance to
No, sir.
looking, you know,
Not if it's a Live Local Act project.
and
We don't
and-
have many of those yet because it's kind of tough to build affordable housing in this market.
yeah, and with that Live Local Act can be anywhere.
No,
That we have
sir.
development
It's in commercial,
Mhm.
our PD, which are a mixed-use district, and industrial, not in residential, because it's already allowed in residential. Housing is already allowed in residential. So Live Local can't go in residential districts, which would be everything from the R1 to the, highest density multifamily that we have.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Mr. Mayor? Affordable housing is a great thing. We need a lot more of it in this city. Can a developer, here's a total theoretical, let's say they want to build a 20-story condo facility, whatever, on Biscayne Bay. It's 80 units, but they make 3 of them affordable housing. Does that then allow them to bypass all of the different, and I use those numbers very indiscriminately, but is there a point at which a developer can throw a few units of affordable housing into a luxury development and get around all of the city's?
It's 40% of the total units, yes.
Okay, so it has to be 40%. There's not as little as 1 or 2.
It's a minimum of 40% according to the Live Local Act. And it has to serve 80 to 120% of median income.
Gotcha. Okay, so, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the debates we've been having and will be having over development just went out the door because of Tallahassee.
Yes. And when this was moving through the Florida legislature, one of the things I think we had to call our lobbyists, there was different parts of the bill where there was one component where we thought the city had to put up our property and give it up to developers. There was one component, there was one mention in the bill, and I think that was clarified that we did not have to do that. I think the thing that Debbie mentioned, we have to list stuff on the website in terms of we don't have to give up properties, in terms of if we had any vacant lot or anything in that nature, so. And nobody really knows how the law's gonna work. You know, they up there, they make these rules, and it's preemptions, and that's what we tell folks, you gotta pay attention what's happening in Tallahassee, because it does have an effect on us in terms of that. Ms. Love,
Mr.
thank you so
Mayor?
much. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I had one question. Does it take away the public notice requirement? I know since there's no more public meetings, will
Yeah.
the public be notified at any point that there's a building being built in that area? Do they still have to put the signage up, or none at all?
No public hearing, no noticing is required, because there's no public hearing. So a public notice. Now, we have to remember, our new comp plan says, requires public meetings for all development in the city. So they will still be required to meet with their neighbors, but that's not in place yet. So in the meantime, no, they don't have to notice, because there's no public hearing to notice.
What's the point of the public meeting?
It's to.
What can be
Putting a
done?
lipstick on
It
pig.
was something that I,
Hopefully
Vice
they-
Mayor, it was
they would
something that
take
I-
in-
when we were going through the comp plan process, it was something that I had advocate for, that they have community outreach meetings.
No,
developers-
of course, Councilwoman, but I'm saying for the Live Local Act, it's like if
Oh,
you
yeah.
can't put any input, if they already outright can do what they're gonna do, I guess it's courteous to listen to have public meeting, but what really can be done?
Well,
You know, you're at the mercy at that point of the developer.
And staff will always encourage
course.
the development teams to meet with the neighbors and to talk with you individually, but there's no teeth as far as public hearing part.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms.
Another
you
question
have another question? Go ahead.
could you explain the tax part? How are we affected by that?
Okay, well,
Valorum.
it's really not so much us. except for the property tax exemption through the property appraiser's office. Because now it's not just the building and the land, they have to take a proportion of both the building and the land, and they could be exempt on the property taxes.
For how long?
There's, for the life of that project, and then right now it's deed restricted, it'd be deed restricted for an initial 30 years with an automatic 10-year renewal. That's how all of those deed restrictions work. And then another 10 years, so a potential for up to 50 years.
I thought it affected the CRA at one point. Didn't we have a conversation about that, Madam Manager?
Yeah.
It does. It affects everybody who will be getting any tax revenue.
Lord have mercy. Thank you so much, Ms. Love.
So we'll
We
leave
are
local.
going to have hurricane preparedness. As we know, we have an active season by Officer Jim Baptiste. Please come forward.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, residents. Good evening. My name is Surgeon Jean Baptiste. I'm the current emergency manager for the 2024 cycle.
The mic.
And I
We're
just-
unable to hear you.
Oh, sorry. How about now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Sergeant Jean Baptiste. I am the emergency manager for the 2024 cycle. And we just wanted to emphasize that all projections point to a very active hurricane season, as you've seen on TV, on the news. 2022, just remember going back, we only had 14 named storms. 2023, we went up to 19. And 2024, we're looking at between 17 to 25 named storms. So far, we've had 3. We've had Alberto in June 20th. We had Chris June 30th. We had Beryl that was actually around since June 28th and is now dissipating, what is this, July 9th, like 10 days later. It's now just dissipating off the northeast side of Texas. It actually climbed to a Category 5. It battered the Caribbean islands, Hispaniola, Grenada was affected, and then hit the coast of Texas. The southeast coast of Texas was affected heavily. So we want to emphasize to the community, to our citizens, to the residents of North Miami, make sure that you're developing a plan with your family, with your circle of influence. Stock up on supplies, please, and secure your homes. We did have an experience of our own, the June 12th flood incident. We're still working with county hand in hand, working on the damage assessment numbers. And we experienced an unprecedented amount of rainfall, like 20 inches of rain. Imagine, like, the average outlet is like 18 inches high, and 20 inches is all you need to cause a problem, right? You know, one thing I would like to say now, I'm thinking about it, is that first responders usually get all the credit for dealing with emergencies. But one thing I had the opportunity to see behind the scenes that people don't consider, I would imagine, is how our representatives here, for example, are hands on deck. They're not sleeping. They're making phone calls. The council members are checking on their districts. They're driving around. The mayor is making phone calls, trying to get information. The city manager is making sure all the pieces are lining up, getting supplies, getting the water pumps, getting things going that we don't really see as first responders. At least I took for granted, because I always thought it was just us that's working, and it's not true. You guys are working too. You guys are not sleeping. Meetings till midnight and 3 a.m. sending emails out about the next step that we need to take, and I really appreciated seeing that, having a chance to see that on this side. Another thing I saw, like the chief, for example, she was out here doing damage assessment with us in, you know, knee-deep water, and that's kind of humbling, because it's like you work at a restaurant, you're mopping the floor, and the CEO comes in and mops the floor with you, and that's impressive to see. But in any case, I digress. Going back to the June 12th incident, it was a litmus test for us, and we learned a lot from that experience, and we continue to emphasize that this is going to be an active hurricane season, and that is it for me as far as hurricane preparedness. Any questions?
Thank you so very much. I know there's a couple of storms brewing in the Atlantic Ocean. Madam Manager, we are ready just in case.
Yes, we are trying to
Yes.
remain ready. I do have one quick announcement that's
Yes.
affecting tonight's meeting.
Mhm.
So there is a Comcast outage in the area that is affecting cable TV and
Yes.
Wi-Fi, so the public needs to tune into internet. Not sure how they'll do that if they don't have Wi-Fi, but that's the message I'm getting because channel 77 is not active at this moment. We are hoping services will be restored by 8 p.m. However, the outage is happening in our area. Once services are restored, that is when the public will be able to access the meeting.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much, Officer Jean Baptiste. Also, our hearts goes out to to those affected by Hurricane Beryl, who affected our brothers and sisters in the entire Caribbean, included parts of Jamaica and all of the parts of other parts of the island. Prior to the Beryl arrive, we have been on the phone with various different government entities. I mean, we have galvanized with South Florida elected officials from the Caribbean, from the regions. We've been coordinating efforts. So right here at City Hall, we do have collection, supplies. So if you can, please, there's a listing of stuff, and we'll make announcement later on in terms of what supplies that we are looking for those, if you could help our brothers and sisters. And we have various locations throughout the entire county, but right here in the city of North Miami, we'll have a drop-off location. In terms of that, we are moving forward, and I'm pretty sure Ms. Smith does have that in her presentation. It's coming. Should I keep talking, Savannah? No, I'm good, sir. It's not coming, technology. And the folks outside, is it fixed? It's Comcast, right? It's not us.
It is Comcast.
That was a joke. Well, we could move to tab D, or we could adjourn, Scott.
Move to adjourn.
You good? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Council staff, North Miami neighbors, and guests. My name is Savannah Dre Smith, and I'm presenting the following announcements on behalf of the City of North Miami. The North Miami Public Library presents a monthly gardening workshop led by Jerian Barros, University of Florida Master Gardener. These workshops are free and open to the public and take place every first Saturday of the month. Your opinion matters. Please submit your comments to the City of North Miami at housing@northmiamifl.gov or in writing to the Housing and Social Services Director, Mrs. Albert Brazil, at 12300 Northeast 8th Avenue, North Miami, Florida 33161. The deadline to submit your public comment is Tuesday, June 18th, 2024. The North Miami Public Library and Friends of the North Miami Public Library present 2024 Literary Lunch and Learn Book Talk Series. The series is scheduled to take place every third Friday of the month at 12 p.m., with the next one taking place July 19th, discussing The Vaster Wilds by Lauren Groff. For more information, please contact the library at 305-891-5535. Enjoy fun-filled days of indoor and outdoor activities, swimming, and arts and crafts for the 2024 Kids Summer Camp. The camp hours are Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. For more information, please call 305-895-9840. Adventure begins at your library. Children's programming occurs every Tuesday at 10 a.m. from June 11th until July 12th at the North Miami Public Library. Join the library and Molding Messengers for a family fun day beginning at 10 a.m., immediately followed by the Wild Animal Show. Councilman Pierre Franz Charles would like to cordially invite you to the grand opening of the District 4 Satellite Office, taking place Saturday, July 13, 2024, from 12 to 4 p.m. at 13753 Northwest 7th Avenue, North Miami, Florida 33168. This event will provide free food, music, bounce houses, and resources. The North Miami Public Library, in partnership with Team of Hope and Nomi Tech, presents Jambox Music Academy. This program aims to provide a music program that empowers students to discover, explore, and develop their musical talents. For more information on this weekly program, please call the library at 305-891-5535. 1 second. The graphics not here, but North Miami Mayor Alex Asume and the CRA present the Hurricane Kit Distribution Friday, July 19, 2024 from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the North Miami Police Department. Pre-registered participants on a first-come, first-served basis will receive a large adult backpack filled with hurricane supplies.
What day did you say? Savannah?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm
July
sorry.
19,
Yes,
2024
it's the
from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
I'm sorry. It's the following Friday. I'm sorry.
It's
me. It's me. The following
no
Friday.
problem. Okay.
The 27th? The 26th.
Friday, July 26, 2024 from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the North Miami Police Department. It is time to make a splash to celebrate Parks and Recreation Month. Saturday, July 20th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Join our Parks Department for a summer pool luau with free admission at the Thomas Sasso Pool, located at 1100 Northwest 125th Street, North Miami, Florida 33168. It's that time of year again, the 14th annual Backpack and School Supply Donation Drive. Donations will be collected until Monday, July 29th. Examples of supplies needed are backpacks, pencil cases, and various school supplies. Happening Saturday, July 27th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. is the District 4 food distribution. This walkthrough presented by the City of North Miami and MJD Wellness will take place at the Joe Celestine Center, 1525 Northwest 135th Street. For more information, please call 305-705-2781. The annual City of North Miami Back to School Drive is back. Registered students will receive free backpacks filled with school supplies. Visit the Joe Celestine Center located at 1525 Northwest 135th Street for free food, entertainment, education, and family resources, and more. This annual event is scheduled to take place from 3 to 7 p.m. To register, please scan the QR code or visit 2024backtoschool.eventbrite.com. Attention all teenagers between the ages of 15 to 18 years of age. The North Miami Youth Council is now accepting applications for the 2024-2025 year. Apply online at www.northmiamifl.gov/youthcouncil. Please submit by Wednesday, August 21st, 2024 by 5 p.m. The City of North Miami is in partnership with GEM is asking for donations to provide to those affected by Hurricane Beryl. There are 3 drop-off locations: North Miami City Hall, the Joe Celestine Center, and the Scott Galvin Community Center. The supplies are needed include, but are not limited to, lanterns, raincoats, fishing nets, and hygiene kits. For more information, please call the Office of the Mayor and Council at 305-895-9818. Attention community-based organizations and non-for-profit entities. The 2024-2025 Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, request for proposal opens Monday, July 15, 2024. The North Miami Housing and Social Services Department is hosting a mandatory How to Apply workshop on Wednesday, July 24th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Scott Galvin Community Center. To stay up to date with NOMI news and events, log on to North Miami's website at www.northmiamifl.gov. Click on Connect with NOMI on the homepage to sign up for the city's newsletters. Also, follow us on Facebook and Instagram at North Miami FL and on Twitter at NOMI News. This concludes the city announcements. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you. We do have a lot tonight. All right, appointments.
Move approval of
Flood planning management.
floodplain management nominee. The
Who's that?
definition of the
Mrs.
board
Clark.
requires a Keystone resident by charter definition, and this is a Keystone resident who lives in an area that is flood prone. So because I had an opening, I'm put it forward.
Second.
Okay.
A resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, appointing Claude Vlandis to the Floodplain Management Planning Committee, term ending November 26, 2024, as the representative for the Keystone Homeowners Association. In accordance with Resolution 2009-R-164, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve this board appointment. The motion was seconded by Vice Mayor Estimate Urban. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilwoman Timothy, are you still with us?
Yeah, where is she? It's a blank screen.
So let's-
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll come back to her.
Well, the motion carries with,
Is she?
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
there
there.
she go. You are mute.
I'm here.
Okay,
the motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
all right. Consent agenda?
Unless a member of the City Council wishes to remove a specific item from this portion of the agenda, tabs A through C constitute the consent agenda. These resolutions and items are self-explanatory and are not expected to require additional review or discussion. These items will be recorded as individually numbered resolutions adopted unanimously by the following motion: that the consent agenda comprised of tabs A through C be adopted.
Move for approval?
Second. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I actually have an amendment to the minutes.
To the.
After speaking with the city
okay.
attorney.
Mhm.
For tab O, I know I voted no, but I should have abstained
This is
from
where-
that vote.
This is from last meeting?
The last week, correct. Mhm.
Okay, Mr. Attorney, how you
How does
handle
that do
that?
that?
Mhm.
Yeah, so we spoke about it. So this is her abstaining from that vote, and I think you just need to explain why you're accusing yourself from that vote, Councilwoman.
Oh,
Yes,
she
I
needs
had to, I had to recuse myself from that vote, because, I appear to have a conflict, and so I had to file the form with the city clerk's office today,
Okay,
stating the reason why.
okay, so that,
Thank you.
oh, okay, Madam, Councilwoman, so that item is up again, so would you be recusing again tonight? Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. We are on this is, okay, tab D.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Estimate Urban to
Oh.
approve the consent agenda with the amendment to,
Oh, Madam Clerk, are we on consent still? Oh,
Yeah,
got it,
I'm-
got it, got it. Okay, never mind, go ahead.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Estimate Urban to approve the consent agenda, noting the amendment to the minutes. The motion was seconded by Councilman Galvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you. D?
Tab D, a proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, authorizing the interim city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute an interlocal agreement with the Miami Parking Authority for the provision of parking compliance services for an initial 5-year term and a one-time 5-year extension, authorizing the interim city manager to execute the agreement and to expend budgeted funds on behalf of the city with respect to the agreement approved herein, providing for implementation, providing for an effective date, and all other purposes. Tab D.
Okay, thank you so much. I know there's a presentation. Please, anyone who has a presentation tonight, it's a lengthy agenda. Please keep it brief. That will help us and that will help the cause. John, are they here?
Yes, MPA is here, so with that,
Yes,
I'll
sir. Yes, sir.
call
Yeah.
Angel Diaz from MPA to go to the podium so he
Mr.
can go
Diaz,
through
right.
the presentation.
Can we state up front that we ask that the presentation be limited to 3 minutes?
Right,
Yes,
but
as soon as
Go ahead.
possible.
I'll go as fast as I can.
Just the highlights.
The highlights, and I think we have a lot of questions up here.
Okay, I'll go through quickly.
Sure, no problem.
Good evening, Angel Diaz, Director of Operations, Miami Parking Authority, and I have a lot of my coworkers out in the audience as well. I'll try to go through as quickly as possible. So who we are, really quick, that allows us to do what we're doing. The Miami Parking Authority was created through state legislature in 1955 and adopted by City of Miami resolution in 1968, and that makes us an authority, which gives us basically the authority to manage outside of the City of Miami. Our mission, really quick, community first. We are very, we live by our brand, and that we try to represent it in every location that we manage. So our mission is to supply the community's parking needs. And our vision is basically to grow throughout South Florida through technology, through leadership, and just expanding our reach to help other cities and municipalities to implement parking program where needed. what we do, I'll get to that in the next slide. So basically, these are some of our partners or locations that we manage.
You've got 1 minute by the timer.
wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I need to hear the presentation.
So real quick, these are some of the locations that we manage. City of Doral rolled out the same program as we're trying to implement here. We also do the Miami-Dade County Parks, Jackson Memorial Hospital, Miami Marlins Baseball Stadium, some Miami-Dade College lots, and all the FDOT lots within the city of Miami. This is our command center. This manages the operation 24/7. If you have any calls, any enforcement issues, and so on and so forth. Ambassador approach, I think this is important. So our rollout will be an ambassador approach first. First we do marketing, campaign, and whatnot, but heavy focus on our ambassador approach first. Our enforcement officers will be ambassadors. They do not write tickets, 30, 60, 90 days, whatever that takes to get the program implemented, educate the public, how to use the mobile app, where to park, where not to park. So they act as ambassadors while they're in the field. Also, they're enforcement officers. Eventually, they'll start issuing citations. And a big security asset that they are. They drive vehicles, they have lights, they have radios that dispatch to police. They also have body cameras that can be used as well in case there's an emergency or something. They can catch everything on the body cam. And also, the security is LPR enforcement. If there's a vehicle when they're driving by that has a bench warrant or is wanted by the police, that'll automatically send a message to the North Miami Police Department, and they can act on that as needed. This is an example of our LPR. So basically, our phase-in plan is marketing first, social media, traditional media, boots on the ground. We will go to the merchants and speak to them and let them understand what the program is, what it's about. That will go as long as you guys want it to. You guys kind of dictate to us how long you want that to be in play. And then we will start with courtesy citations, again, letting them know, hey, you can't park here. Hey, don't forget to pay. Hey, you can't block a fire hydrant. Hey, you can't double park. And then eventually that'll become citations once the program is implemented and you allow us to enforce. Real quick, one thing that I just wanted to touch on here is that curb appeal. So with the creation of the program, you get a lot of turnover. Turnover creates more different cars at the merchants' doors, more foot traffic, which allows the business to thrive because you get more people visiting the business because parking is available and there's not one car parking in the spot all day. This is a quick enforcement schedule. This is, again, based on what you guys tell us to do. It can be, this is the performer-based schedule, what we thought would be the best schedule, but it can be less or more based on what North Miami needs. So this is a 5-year forecast, gross revenue about $4 million. Conservative number, we feel it can be more than that. This is for the on-street and the off-street, so the meters on the parking on the street and in the parking lots. The one startup cost that we see would be the installation of the signs.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask that we continue this item until the next council meeting because clearly you've got a lengthy report.
Yeah.
We've got lengthy questions. We have a lot of residents. The waiting room outside is packed.
Okay.
If we can push this, can we push it?
I think he's done. It's just a couple of questions, right? You almost to the
Sure.
end? You have a couple of questions?
Yeah, I do.
Do we want to push it? I think we.
I'm ready to vote no.
Are we pushing it, or what do we want to do? Pushing it is until August.
No, exactly. I think since we're here and we have the presentation, so we can just go on and
See,
move on.
my only concern is we have been pushing items,
Exactly.
and that's how we end up with this, especially a lot of the big items.
Can we move it to the end of tonight's
Yes.
agenda?
Yes, I think that, yes.
And?
Can we do that?
See you at 2 a.m.
Yes, yeah, I think
Continuing this
No
item
problem.
to the end of
Yes.
the agenda, but just before
so. I
we,
mean, we can do it until August. I don't mind, but I'm
No.
just saying, we're gonna do that. That's fine also.
I just have
Yeah.
no understanding as to why we would start charging our residents for parking in an area that's struggling to survive already. I see no reason for it. Folks, please. I see no reason for this. I'm ready to vote no, but if we'd like to have lengthy discussion, let's not make the people who are here tonight on things that are super important to them. I see kids out in the lobby. Let's hear those items first and then come back to parking.
Okay.
So, if you may, then on that note, I think we should just push it
Let's
to
push
the
it for
next
August.
meeting because,
Moved item D be continued to the
August.
second meeting, the first meeting in August, which is the
August.
fourth Tuesday of
but
August.
let me just,
Yeah. See.
are there any potential revenues that we can get from just signing this contract? Are there any
I-
revenues that
I
can be
think
had?
I think the concern that the councilman.
But I
bring-
just want to,
Mhm.
may I find out about the
Go ahead.
revenue part? if you don't
So
mind?
the intent of this is not necessarily revenue. So from the time that I came into the role of economic development, there was a study done back in 2015, I believe it was paid by the CRA, that recommended that we, at some point in time, we implement parking management throughout the city. Again, back in 2022, we did another parking study, and then also the comp plan recommends that we implement some sort of parking management system. So the motivation behind this, from the conversations that I've been having, it's not revenue. It was really more so to implement time restriction on parking to encourage turnover. And then the recommendation by all of the studies is that we've been having conversations of redeveloping the downtown, is that you wouldn't want to implement some sort of parking management system. Once you have new businesses here, new development here, you would want to do that ahead of time, especially the fact that we have never had any parking management system.
So I think it's based on what I'm hearing, I think if we postpone it for one more month, it wouldn't really
No, it
it
doesn't.
would make
I
a
mean-
difference. So, but while I agree that we do, because I took the time out to read on some, I'd like to just point out, I don't know if it's to you, Mr. Manager, there's a section that brings me concern, or not concern, that I'd like to make sure in the contract 2.7, where it says all personnel having contact with the public shall be able to understand and communicate in spoken English and Spanish. I'd like it for it to be also include Haitian
Well,
Creole.
So-
But
I
those
think-
are things that
Okay. Vice Mayor,
but-
I think if we are gonna continue the item, obviously we have to do some outreach, because I understand and I appreciate the intent, and I think I mentioned it when we had our presentation. I could see two sides to it, but I did not know that the residents has concern. If that's something that we need to put up front. I did not know it. Then let's have those conversations in these couple of weeks, and then let's have another bite at it. And so we all will feel comfortable. Councilman Galvin will feel comfortable.
I'll vote no then,
You know, why? I mean, if it's something
Well, we're
that's-
not going to debate it, but
Right,
here's the
but-
thing. There's
Yeah.
not a single district in this city that is so overwhelmed with parking that somebody is needing to be turned over that quick. This is not Wynwood, and I get you're looking forward to when we might be Wynwood, but if I'm coming in to grab a pizza from Tomato and Basil, and I'm going to be there for 15 minutes while I wait on my pizza, I shouldn't have to be fearful that somebody's going to ride by and write me a ticket.
At
When
the
there's
same time,
27 open
yeah,
spaces
if-
in front of the place
but
anyway.
Mr. Mayor, if you would allow me,
Yeah.
Councilman Galvin, you also hearing about the Live Local Act, and you're hearing about
right.
the possibilities. So anyway, I
Yeah,
think,
I
like you
think
said,
we
we
could
sh- we
continue
need to
it.
continue it to
Yeah.
the following meeting,
Because
and then have those
there's
conversations.
good to it. I mean, to both sides of the argument, because we're talking about $4 million, and most of the people that's coming in, if they are visitors, if they're coming in, if they're using the parking space. If I go to Coconut Grove or City of Miami, I'm always using my phone for Lauderdale, and I'm used to it.
Right.
So that is one thing. I'm like, why? And I've been saying it for years. Why North Miami?
Right.
We're not.
Timed to
You know.
coincide with
Yeah.
the true development of North Miami, this makes
Yeah.
sense. Doing it now makes no sense. We won't
No.
realize anywhere near $4 million in revenue. We're gonna start writing tickets on people just stopping into small businesses who are already struggling. We can debate it tonight.
I'd like
I
to-
continue
I-
this until August.
I'd like to move,
August.
yeah, I'd like to make a motion to move to the next meeting.
Yes.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to continue the item to the August 27th meeting. The item at tab D. The motion was seconded by Vice Mayor Estimate Irvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you. And Council member, okay, she's on there. Tab E?
Tab E, a proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, approving the award of KVC Constructors, Inc. as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the Cagney Park North Phase 1 project, further authorizing the interim city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement to complete the project in an amount not to exceed $18,533,422 in accordance with the terms, conditions, and specifications contained in invitation for bid number 26-23-24, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab E.
Thank you so much. Any presentation, sir?
Sure. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, Alberto Estrada, Purchasing Director. The item before you represents staff's recommendation for the award of the solicitation titled IFB number 26-23-24, which was issued by the Purchasing Department in collaboration with Public Works staff, seeking proposals for the Phase 1 project of the new Cagney Park North. As reflected in the council report, the city received proposals from 6 bidders as of the deadline of May 20th, and the tabulation and the ranking of each of the bidders can be found on the second page of the report that was submitted to you. Following review of the submitted bids by staff and also the architectural firm hired by the city for this project, Bermejo Jamil, staff recommends award the project to KVC Constructors Incorporated as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Also here with me in support of this item is Mr. Jefferson Geimer, our Assistant Director of Public Works, who has a very brief presentation, I believe, regarding the scope of the project itself.
Good evening, Jeff Geimer, Assistant Public Works Director. Let me pull the slide up.
IT, if whoever has a presentation, please get them ready so that we do not waste too much time on these. I think we have E. Yes.
Ready? Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is the Cagney Park North site. This is the existing site as is today. This is the proposed development. You'll see a multi-purpose athletic field, open space, playground, new community pool, parking. This is a highlight of the multi-purpose field. I'm just going to go through it quick for you. This is probably the first time you've seen a color version of this. This is the new aquatic facility with a 25-meter 8-lane pool, a kidney-shaped exercise area, a zero-depth entry lot, tot lot, wet tot lot, and a slide. This is the restroom facility and locker rooms for the aquatic facility. And these are just a couple elevation views of the building. And this is the community benefits plan for the KVC Constructors.
What is, how could we read that? What is that?
It was not intended to be read. It was part of your agenda packet. It was part of the agenda packet. I just put the slide up there for the public that's at home.
Thank you for your honesty.
But the public at home can read it if they're on a large monitor. But anyways, that's it for my presentation.
Thank you.
And if you have any questions for the proposed contractor, they are here to answer them.
Thank you so much, and we're gonna call Vice Mayor, whose district this is.
Are you going to open it to the public first?
You want? Do you want that, or you
Sure.
want?
No, I can talk to. Is
Okay,
the
sure.
the contractor here?
They are.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Please come forward.
Yes,
The
please.
contractor. This is the
This is the president of the company,
the
Mr.
company,
Vic
the KV
Crespin,
Crespin.
rather. So
Jeff, would you mind telling the public when did we, promise the community that we would have this park? Do you know when we tear down the school? Do you know how long ago?
Years ago.
We tore down the school approximately 12 years ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kevin is in the back. He
Okay.
probably was back.
So I just
I'm
wanted to
sorry.
make sure that we heard that 12 years ago.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, point of privilege, we do have two former mayors, Vice Mayor, Mayor Kevin Byrne and Mayor Andre Pierre is in the back. Go ahead, I'm sorry. And, Madam Senator Daphne
Right.
Kimball is also
So,
in the back.
thank you so much for coming up. I just want, and I had to put you on the spotlight to let you know that this community has been waiting on this for the last 12 years. So my questions are, once awarded, when will you be in the ground? When will be, I think we're going to do this in phases, correct? We're doing phase 1 and 2,
Yes,
phase 1?
this contract is for phase 1 of the development.
Okay, and so when will you be in the ground and when will phase 1 start and be completed? Once, if this is approved tonight?
So the construction documents require us to complete it in 1 year. When we will start is when we are issued a contract and a notice to proceed,
Okay,
as assuming they have a building permit.
sure. So Mr. Alberto, I have a question for you. Once, if this passes tonight, what is the length of time for, negotiation, for it to be approved and all that?
Yes, so, again, so the next step is we have to execute a contract, issue them a notice to proceed, but there are also permits that have to be issued in order for them to be able to really break ground and move forward. So we anticipate, hopefully, Jeff, within the next month or two?
We're in final phases of permitting with Miami-Dade County. Once Miami-Dade County issues approvals, it'll come to the city for permitting approval. So we're hoping that'll be 30 to 45 days.
Okay, so 30 or 45 days for the permit?
For permitting,
For permitting?
usually the contract negotiation and execution and mobilization period takes 2 to 2.5 months.
So about 2.5 months. So in 2.5 months, if everything goes well, you would be able to be on the ground, like really on the ground.
We're anxiously awaiting the go.
Okay. So I just want to make sure, because we've literally had 3 or 4 groundbreakings and nothing has happened. So I just want the
Ground
public.
fakings.
I just want the public to really understand that this is really happening. And again, I just want to put the pressure on that the community has been waiting for this in the last 12 years. So I just wanted you to understand how anxious we are in this, the urgency for this to occur.
I understand. Just to clarify, my name is Vic Crespin. I'm the VC in KVC. We've been in business for 23 years, and we are only one municipality over for our entire time in Miami Shores. I've watched the school go down. I watched the new school go up.
Good.
We're very aware of this neighborhood. We have lots of friends that live here, so we know how important it is to you. And we've done a lot of municipal work successfully, including for the Miami Parking Authority, and we take great pride in issuing you an excellent product as quickly as possible. So we're aware of what you need.
Can I ask real quick, Mr. Geimer, is there any issues with Durham on the
No.
field? Okay, perfect, thank you.
Quick question.
Move approval?
Oh, no. Oh, hold on.
One more question.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
Oh.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. I was looking at the project and I noticed that it had lighting and so forth. I just wanted to make sure, does it have adequate lighting for the benches? I know we're having issues with our FIU stadium or our bleachers and the lighting situation. I just want to make sure that there's adequate lighting in that. And then two, since the contractor is there, have you guys worked on any project of this magnitude that you guys listed as a referral? I was looking at the recommendation that you listed, wanted to know, have you guys done a project of this magnitude already?
We have done an aquatic center for the Broward County School Board, which had sports lighting, which is what I guess you're concerned about. But in our 23 years, we have built a significant number of projects much larger than this one, including one that you might recognize if you've been to the Miami Design District. We built a museum garage. That's an over $50 million project with a basement that required significant dewatering, a lot of working within a closed quarters, coordinating with the neighborhood because it's a bedroom community 1 block over. So we're well equipped to manage the construction of this project.
And Councilwoman, as far as your
Thank
next
you.
question is concerned, these are low-rise bleachers and not subject to the lighting requirement.
Okay, thank you.
Do these bleachers, do they have covers? did we design it with covers?
There's shade in the park, but not specifically over the bleachers.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Thank you. Go ahead,
Mr. Mayor, if I may. And my question, I know Councilwoman Timothy just asked you that question. I just want to repeat that. I was looking at the different projects that you have, your company has undertaken. So my question again, since you are, I'm just reading basically what I saw, the lowest, but not only the lowest, responsible bidder. So in that case, you know that you have everything into that contract that would give us that project in 1 year.
We have everything included in the price that is called for by the construction documents that were issued. Yeah.
And I'll get now I'll go back to the part from Jeff that was not meant to be seen. Looking at if I go back to community benefits plan.
It is part of the agenda packet, so.
but I'm just basically repeating exactly what you said earlier. Under number 2, training and skill development. And then just right there, there's a dot with workforce diversity and inclusion. And this part to me is like very vague. If we are talking about training and skill development, just this, can you elaborate a little bit more on that part? Because this is like very vague, what I saw in here as part of this bullet point.
Sure. So our plan is multifaceted. We're going to partner with an employment firm that can help us reach out to the community, and we are going to use social media as well as collaborate with the city's PR people to get the word out about what opportunities are available during the construction of this project for the local workforce. And then we will engage our subcontracting community that we're going to be contracting with to build the project so that they can participate in that process. So as an example, there's a lot of earth moving in this project. So the earth moving contractor will need equipment operators, guys that will dig by hand, a whole multitude of trades, right? So we will try to put the word out on the job openings that are available. And in many of those subcontractors have apprenticeship programs and training available for depending on what position they're trying to fill.
Yeah, I'm okay with the answer that you giving me, but just this has nothing to do with training and skill development. So if we are talking about training and skill development, we're talking about putting folks into school to get the training and everything based on my understanding. If I'm wrong, you could just go ahead and correct me, because what I'm seeing in here, and of course, the explanation that you're giving me is not in line with training and skill development.
Well, on-the-job training is skill development. And if we bring an individual in who's, for instance, a journeyman electrician, but he's not a master electrician, and I'm just giving an example, I'm not saying that's, right? If he can be hired into a position and get the on-the-job training that furthers his credentials so that he can become a master electrician, that is on-the-job training and skill development. That doesn't necessarily mean sending somebody to school.
Yeah, we're not going back and forth with that, because when we are looking at it, training and skill development has some education component attached to it. Would you agree with me on that? Because that's what I'm saying. This
Right,
part in
but
here is
what
very
I'm
this part in here is very vague. So I'm looking at it. You are looking at the residents, and then see you are going to train X amount of people based on what I'm seeing on the training and skill development. So on the other side, and I see you have local preference into your hiring. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? How do you
Again,
plan on achieve that?
Right, so again, we're going to work with a local agency to help us reach out to who's in the community looking for work that might have skill sets that match what we need, or skill set that with some improvement will fit what we need, okay? At the end of the day, this is not a project that is gonna generate 150 full-time equivalent positions. This is not, the heaviest part of this project is the earth moving. And there's not gonna be 100 excavators on that job site.
Fully understand. But it could be like 5, but it's 5 plus.
Sure, there
Would
might
you
be
agree
4 or
with me?
5,
Okay,
sure.
so, okay, so we make sense on that. Thank you very much.
I have
Go ahead, Vice
another
Mayor, real quick.
question.
So
I see that you're also going to have job fairs, which are great, but are you amenable to having the job fairs here in our city, where we can, you know, we can have the job fair here in our on site, so that
When
we
we-
make sure that our residents are able to, if they have the skill set, to participate in the job.
Right, so when we've done this in the past in other communities, an example, we did Miami Lake City Hall, we did the job fair on the site.
Okay, perfect.
You know, we'll have to put up
La-
some tents and put
Yeah.
refreshments and all
Thank
that,
you,
but that's
thank-
what we would do.
Thank you, sir. Jeff, last question before we open up for public hearing. I know in the past we had issues, we had to reduce the side of the Olympic size pool to where it is. We do have all of the money in our possession,
We have funds from the city,
from the county,
the county,
from the
and the
school board. We
to
good.
equate to the project
Amen.
dollar amount.
Thank you so much. Public hearing is open on the item. Public hearing is open on the item. This is a long time wait coming. Public hearing is open on the item. I know Mr. Mayor was coming.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Kevin Burns, 2065 Alameda Drive. Long time coming, absolutely. Glad to see that we're going to probably have our 4th or 5th fake, but a real groundbreaking this time, and pretty quickly. One of the things I noticed in the presentation in phase 1, that there was no cutout for the softball fields or the baseball fields. At least it didn't see like it was part of phase 1. I don't know what's in phase 2, but I kind of thought that there was a requirement by the school board for their certification to have a baseball field, because there are lots of people in our community that not only play soccer and football, but they also play baseball, and it's part of the high school sports program. That aside, what concerns me, it took us 13 years to get here, even though when I left office, this was fully funded by the school board, and things happened, the economy crashed, and lots of things, but we're here today. That's the most important part. But what's going to happen with phase 2? Will that ever happen, the community center? And can the staff start working on it now? If this project's going to be completed within a year, can they start the process of the bidding and so forth for the community center, the design, so that when this phase is done, that we can move into phase 2, start identifying the funds, because that's always the important part. But it took them a year and a half just to get to where we're at today, just with these bids. So that's all I'm pointing out. Glad to see you all moving this forward. And just think, you got some extra parking spaces, you can put those horrible parking meters on. So hopefully you don't put any parking meters in this city, but let's be thankful for the approval of this item. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Public hearing is open on the item. Seeing none coming, public hearing is closed.
Move for approval?
Second.
Okay, we have it's been moved, second.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Estimate Urban to approve the item at tab B. The motion was seconded by Councilman Galvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you. Item F.
Tab F, a proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, approving the award of Absolute Construction Services, Inc. as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the drainage improvements project located on Northeast 121st Street between Northeast 10th Avenue and Northeast 11th Avenue. Further authorizing the interim city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement to complete the project in an amount not to exceed $574,122.23 in accordance with the terms, conditions, and specifications contained in invitation for bid number 44-23-24, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab F.
Thank you so much. Mr. Estrada, you have a presentation?
Before you continue, Mayor,
Yes,
just
ma'am.
another update. The outage is expected to last until 9:40 p.m.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
What's supposed to last
What
till
is this?
9:40?
Comcast.
The outage.
The
Sorry,
Comcast
sorry. Okay, I
outage,
didn't-
we just got to update that it will last until 9:40. hopefully it will resolve.
Before, okay. Yes, sir.
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, once again for the record, Alberto Estrada, Purchasing Director. So the item before you is a recommendation to award the Northeast 121st Street Drainage Improvement Project. So this is a project that was bid out in collaboration with Public Works staff, once again with Mr. Jeff Geimer. The city received 3 bids. The bids are tabulated on the second page of the council report. You can see them right there. As a result of the bids that were submitted, they were reviewed and by staff and also the engineering consulting firm Chen Moore and Associates. And as a result, the recommendation to the lowest responsible bidder is to the company Absolute Construction Services, Inc., for a not to exceed amount of $574,122.23. The duration of the project is a not to exceed 180 days from issuance of notice to proceed. And there's also a representative of the contractor here if you have any questions. And
Yes.
that ends my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. I do have a quick question before we open up to the public. What is this reference at the bottom? This is giving the staff recommendation in terms of the engineering consulting firm, Chen Moore and Associate, also recommended award this project? What is
Right. So Chen Moore and Associates is the engineering consulting firm that was commissioned by council to design this
Got it.
project.
Okay,
They're the
perfect.
engineering design firm. So when the bids come in, we always send it to them, and they review and vet
And
the
recommend it.
proposals. So their recommendation, in fact, it's also included as part of the package there.
Got it.
It's included there in your
And then-
report.
The money is already funded from the stormwater fund that we, Mr. Geimer? Is this where this $500,000 coming from?
This is a fully funded project, yes.
Okay, from the storm?
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you so
I
much.
think we used some COVID money on this one as well. Didn't we use COVID for the design?
For the
For
design. but
design,
this-
yes.
Yeah, for the
Mhm.
paint, okay, for this one, I think it's the utility fund, okay, any
Mr. Mayor, I
question?
did have one question.
Sure.
Before we go into public hearing. Does this drainage project also, does it address the flooding issue on 11 Court as well in 121 Street? Or is it just that one street where the bowl is?
Good evening. This, Councilwoman, I did see the email and questions, so we did review that. Where the drainage is being installed, it's going to alleviate some of the drainage that already exists between 11th Avenue and 11th Court. So it will ultimately help 11th Court, even though this is not directly a project that goes all the way to and through 11th Court. So it'll help alleviate some of the flooding issues that we saw in June.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that was one of those, that email did come in, and while I was on the ground talking to the neighbors and Biscayne Park, they were happy to know that this item was coming on the agenda. Biscayne Park is not paying for any of the bill at all since we share that street with them?
All of the work is taking place on this North Miami side of the street, so no, this is not a Biscayne Park partially funded project.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to be sure.
Thank you so much. Public hearing is open on the item. Seeing none, public hearing is closed. I'll move for approval.
Second.
I have a motion made by Mayor Desilme to approve the item at tab F. The motion was seconded by Councilman Galvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you.
Item.
Tab G, a proposed resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving the award of V Engineering Corp. as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the septic to sewer improvements Phase 1 project, further authorizing the interim city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement to complete the project in an amount not to exceed $519,200 in accordance with the terms, conditions, and specifications contained in invitation for bid number 32-23-24, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab G.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Estrada, I don't think this needs to be too big of a presentation. It's
Oh, no, it does.
self-explanatory.
Because, yes,
This
it,
one's septic
I mean,
to
well,
sewer? Yeah.
well,
Northeast
please
Third Court.
I
explain.
do have some questions.
Absolutely.
But go ahead.
Well, just briefly, once again, this is yet another collaboration with our Public Works Department. It's a recommended award for Phase 1 of the septic to sanitary sewer improvement project. The city received 4 bidders, or 4 bids.
I'm
And-
sorry, may I interrupt you? Could you
Yes.
say where the septic and sewer project is going to be done, please?
Yes, the project, and this is all reflected in my council report. So the project is for residential properties are identified along Northeast Third Court
Mm-hmm.
between Northeast 131st Street and Northeast 135th Street.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. It's along Northeast Third Court between Northeast 131st Street and 135th Street.
I'm just here to answer technical questions.
Yes, well, I do have a question for you. In reference, where are we with the septic to sewer money? I know that it was my understanding that we are good in terms of all of the money that we needed from Tallahassee, right?
There's always a need for more.
I thought, I was told.
Well, when the projects are done, this is a 3-phase project.
Yes.
This is Phase 1 for 500 and something thousand. Phase 2 project estimate is, I'm working on rough estimates. It hasn't gone out to bid yet, is around $2 million. So that leaves us approximately $400,000 left for Phase 3, which will not be enough to cover that.
So we don't have Phase 3 money yet.
We're always seeking additional grant funding.
Okay.
Okay. So we have the money for Phase 1 and Phase 2, but not Phase 3, is that correct?
As long as Phase 2 comes in where the engineer's estimate is, yes.
Okay. Question for you. Once this passes, what is my typical question, when will this start? How quickly?
Approximately 2 months to negotiate contract and execute, and then mobilization. Materials, we'll have to get with the contractor on lead time for materials, and then if materials are available, they should be on the ground, and again, in like 2.5 to 3 months. If materials are not, then we'll see what their lead times are on materials.
Do the residents have to do anything on that street? Is there anything?
No, the residents just have to be cooperative with the contractors, and they've all signed agreements to cooperate. The contractor's basically doing the work for them. They're going to help with their abandoning of the septic systems and the connections from the house to the street.
Okay. Thank you so kindly.
So
No,
again, Jeff, we need $400,000 for Phase 3.
No, we'll have approximately $400,000 left from the state grant, state funds. And
From Phase 1 or from Phase 2?
Well, Phases 1 and 2 are going to be approximately $2.5 million. We have $2.9 million from the state.
That's what I'm saying.
So we'll have $400,000 plus whatever it's going to.
But, Mayor, if I may,
Yes, sir.
Jeff, is it probably from a miscalculation? Because I was told at the beginning of the year that we have more than what we need for septic to sewer.
Yes.
We don't even, so what is happening?
Based on the engineer's estimate that we received on Phase
okay.
2, which came in approximately 6 to 8 weeks ago, that's Phase 2 is going to cost approximately $2 million.
Is that is it because of the
Increased
price
cost of construction, access to this property, the Phase 1 area is the easiest because they're all adjoined.
Okay.
Phases 2 and 3 are properties in different areas of the city. So we're only going to be able to bring in, Phase 2, I think, is 3 or 4 properties, maybe 5 that are connected, and then go to another area, 3 or 4 properties, and then how far we have to run the line to connect it.
Okay.
So we need to go out there and apply for more grants.
No, well, the thing is, they don't do much good in Tallahassee, but the governor, he does, the only thing that he does support is this. And they were asking us, and our state rep, they were asking us, we said no. I said, no, we don't need, we good, because, they told us we were good, but now that makes sense. So we'll get the, whatever we need, the additional money, and I'm sure he'll support it. And I see Katya's here, so, Ms. St. Fleur, that's one of our priorities for next year, that we'll know. Thank you, sir. Okay, the item is open for, discussion. Public hearing is closed. Move for approval.
Second.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I have a motion made by Mayor Deslamay to approve the item at tab G. The motion was seconded by Vice Mayor Estimate Irvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
The item passes with a 4-0 vote. Tab H, a proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, approving the award of Superior Landscaping and Lawn Service, Inc. as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder to provide lawn, landscaping, and irrigation maintenance services at various locations throughout the city. And further authorizing the interim city manager and city attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement at a cost not to exceed $311,006.85 per year, in accordance with the terms, conditions, and specifications contained in the invitation for bid number 11-23-24, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab H.
Thank you so much. Okay, so this item was on, and then we kind of postponed it, delayed.
That's correct.
So we okay now? You, Madam Manager, you met with all the concerns that we have, so we could proceed, because I do have a question for Mr. Estrada. We good?
Mr. Mayor, I did
Yes.
have.
Oh, you, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I did have concerns with this one.
Okay, go ahead.
I knew I was supposed to meet with Mr. Geimer and landscaping. We never had that meeting.
Okay.
Because my recommendation was to put it out to bid again because there were some errors in San Souci and additional services that I wanted to see to ensure that we weren't cutting our services short and that we included more services.
That was my question to, I guess, I don't know if it's Jeff or well, either you or Jeff. At that rate, would we be able to satisfy, the term base? I know this is what they come at, but would that be sufficient? The number.
So, Mr. Mayor, yes, for the level of service that we currently have in the contract and the bid, notwithstanding, obviously, Councilwoman Timothy. So everything is based on your level of service, right? If you want additional services, everything comes with a dollar pegged to it. So, but what we have and what you have before you right now
Is what they said they
for
could
the
do.
level of services that we put out, this is the dollar amount, and the contractor is willing, he's still holding this price.
Okay.
But again, if it's a matter of level of service, that's another issue.
It's, I mean,
Mayor?
what can we say?
Mayor, if
Yes,
I
sir.
may, I do believe this would be a disservice to the city of North Miami.
Well,
Because looking at it, I remember back, I think that was back in February when we had a meeting in here, and there was that gentleman from Country Bill came up in here, and the question was the reason why we are not getting service, like city, like North Miami Beach, Aventura, and he even cited Solimia, is because of the number of number of days that we contracted. Now, to award that bid to someone, and if you look at it, Country Bill is about twice the amount, and this is where we did not get the amount of service that we were supposed to get. Now, how are you going to explain that to me in a city in about a year and a half, we'll go in 100 years out there, and then this is what we're doing. I do believe we need to go back and look at this a little bit deeper, and we get to a point that trash has not been picked up on the other side. Even the garbage service is going down. Our right away are ugly, and this is basically an opportunity for us to sit down and even take a look at our swell, because the ones that the residents don't service, so we need to take a look at them. Even taking a look at our alleyways. It could be in a contract like that, we include a little bit of cleanup, maybe a monthly cleanup. There is just right on Northwest 7th Avenue, we have a median. That was not added to this. And also, there is that lot we have just right on Northwest 6th Ave and 125th, just right by the exit or entrance of I-95. Last time I had to beg one of our departments to just go ahead and clean it up. If you go back, you will see it is it is again a mess. So that should be part of such a contract. And we need also to open up our eyes. I think to this point, we need to go back. This is unacceptable. This is where we can invest more money and get better service. I do believe this item, so we need to go back and look at it and take a deeper look. This is unacceptable.
Can I say something, Councilman? Well, I wasn't saying it in terms of I was complaining. I think, you know, when you are in business, somebody gives you something that you feel that it's always in the residents and in our best interest. I don't know. I don't know if they can and can't do the job. I'm just saying, I look at the price. Their price is 300 and something, and the other folks are, we could see it. Like you, I was a little bit taken back, and I went over line by line. I think we had talked about, I think the traffic circle are part of it, from my understanding. My thought was, hey, what worse could it be? Let's give them a try. I mean, they went out, we did this the fair way and see if it's 6 months, whatever the case is. If it doesn't work out, then that's a different, we could evaluate, because it may be the best thing. Because there are companies, because I've done this in business, where not necessarily you cut yourself short, but you do the best service, because I don't know, they may want to be, you know, with the city, whatever the case is. The contractor.
The contractor.
So, you know, I wouldn't say necessarily it's a disservice to us. We put out a bid. This is their price. You know, some people charge more. I just thought that it was, the price is good, but I'm like, whoa, in terms of that. So if we want to add more to it, I think we could add more, but we put more in terms of the service. Was this a RFP or an RFQ? Or
Yes, well, it's what they call a hard bid solicitation. It was based just on the bid
So they gave us
prices.
their price. We didn't give them.
No, right. This
Okay.
is
So
their best
them,
price.
So this is them saying this is what they could do for what we put out.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
So if it is the case, I think we need to go back and see exactly what we need. And my first question to them would be, how many days of service that we'll get in a year?
No,
So
think-
those
no,
are the
Councilman,
things that we need.
We put that in the contract. you're saying.
Mayor, I am so sorry, Mayor, with all due respect. If there is somebody from that company, so that person just come up to the mic and answer my questions, because this is very, very important to me. And we need to look at it and make sure that we do what we're supposed to do in here. And our eyes is working out. I would say, if it's not for the clean team, we'll be in a position that we'll be complaining about all those trash and all over and everything. Yeah, yes, yes, sir.
How you doing? I'm Rolando Sanchez. I'm with Superior Landscaping. I've been with the company already for 10 years, and we are right here in Miami, not far away from here. And just going back quickly to what Mr. Pierre said, he definitely have two good points in there. The increasing of the services on the mowing and on the trimming, you are good with that. The only difference, we work with the city of Aventura, we work in Miami Beach, and we do a lot of many communities. The only difference that you don't have, that they have, is they have money on their budget for landscaping improvement. Okay, that's the only thing that you're missing here, and the little pickup. That's it. Your property, your city is not going to change because you do more mowing services. It's not going to change. It's not going to change because you're going to do more trimming services. It's not going to change. It's going to be the same, because grass and plant material doesn't grow that hard. Now I can be mowing today and I leave, and tomorrow people driving by start throwing trash on the street. Then that's a different problem. So that will be the only issue that you're missing on that bid package. Other than that, we are giving you what you requested in the invitation to bid, and we feel confident that you can, if you give us at least 3 months to start doing the work, you'll see that you're not going to regret it that you hire Superior Landscaping. I guarantee you that much. The important in all this landscaping contract is communication. between the director or the account manager or whoever and the company. And that's what it makes the difference. Not just sending the guy to mow, cut, poof, and let's go. That's not the way we work. Okay, so that's all I can tell you. The pricing is, I know we are within your budget, probably a little bit high, but definitely, you know, I think we can perform with that price.
This is
Now, I'm sorry, now when we start working, my account manager is gonna come to your director and is gonna say, listen, why don't we go over here, look at this area, the car drove by and damaged a bunch of plant, let's change it, let's spend $1,000 in here, then next month we spend another $1,000 in there, and you work like that. And you don't neglect the property. And that's the only thing that I can definitely advise you, that you can improve your services in here. Other than that, I mean, there's nothing we're gonna do that the other company is doing. I definitely drove the city many, many times and see a lot of weeds on the landscape beds, see a lot of trash, and that's something that people are not watching. They're not looking after. And that's definitely, it's not your fault, it's the company's fault.
Thank you very much. But with all due respect, I do believe we need to sit down and review that and make sure that if we're going to change from one company to the next, we gotta set that standard and make sure we get something better. Do you understand? And I just don't feel at ease, to just award that contract and basically getting exactly where we are today.
Okay.
So I am so sorry.
Yeah.
So my point is that can we continue this item until we get something to that level of our city, the city of North Miami, and we can all agree on the service, because this is, to me, this is not
Wait,
like
Councilman, wait.
I'm sorry, one
Yes.
last thing, and that's
Yes,
it.
go ahead,
That
go
would
ahead,
be
sir.
it for me.
Yes,
I
sir.
cannot speak on behalf of the company
the
that is doing the services right now, but from going to what they were getting paid to what they want to get paid right now, I think it's it's a big step. It's
Yes.
double the amount of money. And I don't see
Sir,
really it's
thank you,
necessary for
thank
that.
you. No, we good.
That's all I can
No,
say.
sir, I think you're good. Thank you so much.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Question for the applicant. And I apologize, I didn't catch your name at the top.
Rolando.
Mr. Rolando. How many residents of the city of North Miami do you currently employ?
Right now, at this moment, none. But we are planning to hire at least, 2, 3 if it's possible. Right now, we don't have anybody that lives in North Miami.
Okay. Thank you.
But we already discussed that with our purchasing.
Thank you. On that note, I agree with Councilman. I think this should be rebid. I think that we have a long-time city business that's provided the business for years, that employs a lot of city employees.
Councilman, and I don't do this often, but this meeting, especially this item, is going off the wrong rail, and this is not fair to the applicant. We, as the city, we put out a bid saying what we want. The people came, they gave us what we want lower. I mean, I don't get it. They gave us what we want at a lower rate. So I'm sitting here, I'm saying, oh my God, this is way too low. So, I mean, this is a city where we usually spend a whole bunch of money. So this company is saying they work with Aventura, they work with these other places. They saying to us, well, if you want the services these other people have, you could work with us with, and I'm sure that's what they do with contract negotiation. That's what the manager do. But this is an RFP that we put out saying, we want this, we want this, we want this. 3 other companies, the company that we had for all these years also bid, but they were at 500 or 600 something thousand. These people were halfway there. So I'm like, what is it that are we rebidding? And we put this, I'm at a loss here. So either we are doing this the right way, or I don't even know. So,
Is there a
Vice Mayor?
motion on the item?
I mean,
Um,
I don't even, at this point, they want to postpone it, I'm just at a loss. I don't know what was.
I'll just make a motion to send this to a bid again. So this is not sitting well.
Hold
This is
on.
not sitting well with me.
What is not? Because I want to understand that. What is it that the price is too low? What is not sitting well, Councilman? Is it the price that's too low?
Mr. Mayor, it
Yes.
sounds great that they're gonna come in so low.
Yes.
Sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't employ anybody
But
from the city.
Scott, he
and
said
they
he's gonna
don't- they're
hire.
not-
If he doesn't have the contract,
Right.
how could he hire somebody if he doesn't
So-
have it yet?
Right. And
But he also
doesn't
only
have
has
it yet.
space for 2 or 3. I'm also in agreement with everyone to rebid this because, like I said, I wanted to review this contract, well, the bid in itself, to make sure that our service levels were adequate. Because when you increase services, maybe the prices go down. So I think if you're increasing the amount of services, if we're making it more, maybe the cubic feet goes down. Because we're now at 28 or 40, whatever the case is.
Let's
But I'm
rebid it.
also in agreement
Let's
with
rebid it.
postponing
Okay.
the item
Let's rebid it.
indefinitely.
Let's rebid it. I'm sorry, sir. I apologize.
No problem.
Mr.
So-
Estrada?
Just
Yes.
a question for council for direction for
Yes.
staff, if we could get the
Is there
terms
a
that we would
motion?
like.
There's motion, let's rebid it.
Second the motion.
So there was no motion because the
Yes,
maker
yeah.
of the motion was interrupted. So
Yeah.
it wasn't even a complete thought.
I make a motion to send this contract to bid again because we can do better.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Charles to resend the item within tab H out for bid. The motion was seconded by Councilman Galvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
The item passes with a 4-1 vote. Councilman Galvin, how do you vote on tab G?
Yes. Apologies, I had to step out to the restroom. And guys, when we step out to the restroom, please don't bother us when we're at the facilities.
Tab G, the item passes with a 5-0 vote.
I get that
That's
you
like-
have important business
Is that a
tonight,
public
but I had
announcement?
some right at that moment too.
There, guy. Okay, tab I.
Before we continue for
I?
tab
Yes.
H, if we are putting it back out to bid, staff would request guidelines as to what we need to put in that bid.
Yes,
So it can be
please.
properly put out so we can get the,
So, yes, so
the
you know what you're
responses
doing.
that
I'll
will
share my
work
thoughts
for-
tomorrow if you'd like to call me.
Mhm.
I don't want to do it tonight and belabor, but happy to share my thoughts.
I've got my
Absolutely.
Tab I, a proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, authorizing a second amendment to the professional services agreement between the City of North Miami and Government and ERP Implementation Services, LLC, for additional consulting services needed for the implementation of the Enterprise Resource Planning ERP software system and project management in an amount not to exceed $100,000, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab I.
Thank you so much. Presentation, sir.
Well, just briefly, this is it's a request for your approval of a second amendment to the professional services agreement that the city has with the consulting firm Government and ERP Implementation Services. Essentially, they are providing the support services for the implementation of the Tyler Munis Enterprise Resource Planning software and project management services. As you're aware, the city is currently transitioning from our current Tyler Eden software system to Tyler's next generation Munis ERP and Energov software suite. So this is a consulting firm that is providing support services for our staff, and this is a request for your approval of this second amendment to their agreement.
Thank you so very much. Public hearing is open on the item. Okay, seeing none coming, public hearing is closed.
Move for approval?
Second.
I have a motion made by Vice Mayor Estimate Irvin to approve the item at tab I. The motion was seconded by Councilman Galvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank
Item
you.
passes with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you.
Tab J, a proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, authorizing the interim city manager to issue purchase orders to Dana Safety Supply, Inc. for the purchase of specialized armor and weapons for the North Miami Police Department's Special Weapons and Tactics Unit, SWAT, in an amount not to exceed $77,170.87, waiving competitive bidding in accordance with Section 7-120, parentheses, capital B of the North Miami Code of Ordinances, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab J.
Move approval.
Second.
Do we open public hearing?
Nope.
Oh, yeah, I was, they're moving so fast.
Let all those who are against law enforcement
Law
please come
enforcement,
forward.
no, we got
Public hearing is open on the item. Okay, public hearing is closed.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to approve the item at tab J. The motion was seconded by Councilman Charles. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you.
Tab K, a proposed resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, authorizing the interim city manager's emergency procurement and issuance of purchase orders to Cool Breeze Air Conditioning Corporation in an amount not to exceed $57,465 for the emergency replacement of condenser coils for the air-cooled chiller located at the North Miami Police Department headquarters pursuant to Section 7-144 of the City Code, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab K.
Move for approval.
I'm sorry, wait, hold on, guys. Public, please, I know we
Has to do with the
Public
North Miami
hearing is
police.
open on tab K. Air conditioning.
conditioning, yeah,
Oh, I see the
everything.
chief's
Yeah,
still here, okay.
exactly.
Public hearing is closed on tab K. That's for you, chief?
Yeah.
That's for you, the police department.
Police
Okay.
Yes, it's for the
police department, Mayor.
This, Madam Manager, this is budgeted, right? This is budgeted, right, chief? This is not from general fund.
The funds are available.
Okay, we just wanna make sure. Chief, okay, so moved. Is it second?
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Charles to approve the item at tab K. The motion was seconded by Councilman Galvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes with a 5-0 vote.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So much.
Tab L.
Oh, this ordinance, okay. Okay, we here. I did say 10. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. Yeah, one.
I know.
Oh, 2, 3. It's 3.
Tab L, a proposed first reading ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, providing for a text amendment to Chapter 29 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances entitled Land Development Regulations, LDRs, at Article 3 entitled Development Review, at Division 11 entitled Comprehensive Plan Map and Text Amendment, specifically at Section 3-1109, B, to provide language that is more consistent with Florida statute requirements for adoption of comprehensive plan amendments, providing for transmittal, repeal, conflict, severability, correction of Scrivener's errors, codification, and for an effective date. This item was deferred from the June 25th council meeting. Tab L.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor. Once again, Debbie Love, Development Services, for the record. The item before you is an amendment to the land development regulations specific to how the LDRs treat amendments to the comprehensive plan, either the map or the text. This would be applicable to any land use or zoning map amendment in the future. It was on June 4th, 2024. The Planning Commission voted 3-3 on the LDR text amendment, and as such, it failed to have any recommendations coming before you, so they don't have a recommendation. The applicant is requesting, as it currently says now, at second reading, for any change to the comprehensive plan map or the text. At second reading, you need a supermajority vote. The applicant is requesting, Florida statute actually says, has a different, they're less restrictive than we are. We are a little bit more restrictive than Florida statute. The applicant is requesting that to be modified to change from a majority to a supermajority to a simple majority. That is their request before you tonight. And as you can see, the language here changes, as it says here, requires the affirmative vote of a supermajority is how it currently reads. They're requesting that it change to a simple majority of the members of the city council except that such simple majority shall not be deemed to override any supermajority requirement in any declaration of restrictive covenants or other covenant running with the land. For example, the White House, there's a requirement that if any changes are made, it requires a supermajority vote of City Council. This would not affect that with this language that the applicant is proffering this evening. And it will have second reading, assuming that you pass it tonight. It would go for second reading, most likely at your August meeting or the September meeting, depends upon Madam City Manager placing it on the agenda. And that's the end of my presentation. The applicant is here with a short presentation of their own.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, staff. My name is Luis Figueiredo, 701 Brickell Avenue. I'm here representing the applicant. The property owner is 12,000 Property Owner LLC. We have a very short, only 4 slides presentation, so with the mayor's permission, I'd like to, thank you, sir. The Florida statute requires, as your staff pointed out, simple majority vote. Most zoning codes only require a majority vote for an approval of a comprehensive plan. So what we're simply asking is for this ordinance to be modified to essentially align and reflect with the Florida statute. Next slide. No, they're the one before that. There should be one with the list. It's not there. I apologize. There was a slide, and the list basically shows, because I wanted to provide the council with context, all but 2 cities in Miami-Dade County require a simple majority vote. There's only 2 cities that don't, and North Miami is one of them. So for purposes of moving forward, what we're asking for is simply to align your code of ordinances with the Florida statute. Do you want to just go to the... By doing so, we're essentially accomplishing 3 things. We're making the code consistent with the Florida statute by the adoption of CDMP amendments by a simple majority vote. You're changing the actual ordinance itself from a supermajority to a simple majority, which aligns with every city in Miami-Dade, with the exception of 2. And as pointed out by your staff, the protections that are built in for projects that have already been approved, which require a supermajority vote in the form of a declaration of restrictions or covenants, are still going to require the supermajority vote. So projects that have been approved, changes won't be able to occur. Next. So this was already presented, as you can see by the line, the language that's being stricken through is a supermajority. The underline is the new language, which says simple majority, and this language is antiquated. That's not the correct language. The correct language is to protect declaration of restrictions and to protect any covenants. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions and respectfully request that this mayor and council approve this proposed text amendment on first reading. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I do have a question from, I guess, maybe for Jeff. Mr. Cazot, I guess it's allowed by law if they could come and make such requests. Are we within the law if we, I know it's only 2 cities he mentioned. What's the other city?
Hialeah.
Okay. That does not allow it. Are we out of compliance if we don't allow it? Because the way he stated is like that's something that everybody's doing it, whatever the case is, we just need to get on board. That's how I got it.
No, Mayor.
Okay.
The state statute requires a majority. We have a supermajority for changes to the comp plan, but
Okay.
local governments can pass more stringent
Okay,
regulations.
that's
than
what
the
I,
state
so
requires.
we can pass more stringent than the Florida Constitution. So I just want to put that out there. Because my only concern is if this was staff that we came up with it, the idea that a developer is coming to tell us, hey, I think this is something and I'm not saying it's wrong, it just doesn't sit right with me. I wouldn't, I don't know what's the purpose of it. I mean, I know the purpose, but I really do not really, you know, I just leave my comments there. Public hearing is open on the item. Public hearing is open on the item. I do have a couple of people, I'm not gonna call them because this is not a quasi judicial, but some folks did sign up for it, so you could come up, but if you need me to call your name, I'll call you guys just in case. I had Denise, Saldana, Claudia, Pazimo. Okay, Denise, you signed twice, maybe it's for two different things. Okay, and Hanindo. Okay, Loretto. Okay, you here. Go ahead. Yes, sir. There's something in the back. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Good night, Hernando Barreto, 111930, North Bayshore Drive. It's sad to see how the developer continue and keep looking for shortcuts, way to change what our city and our community has stand for many years. They want to change the comp plan, they want to change the way that the city operates, they want to change the character of the city. They tried the shortcut of the adjustment, they failed. They tried to the text amendment, they got only 3 of 5, and then because they know that they will require supermajority in order to make such significant change, then now they are attempting again another trick, another shortcut to tell the council how they should operate. It's true that the state doesn't require, but doesn't prohibit or forbid that. And it's suspicious that this ordinance was not included in the packet. I was waiting until 7 p.m. today, and I asked the staff why the specific ordinance proposed for the tab L was not included, and there was no answer. But basically, they say that it's a matter of the clerk. I requested specifically to Mr. Jeff last week in an email a clarification. What is the request for this kind of changes? And I have received no response. Then it looks suspicious that these things are happening in the city, and the developer are allowed to do all kind of changes. They're not even citizens. They're not even residents of North Miami.
Thank you, sir. Claudia?
Claudia Pasmino, 13504 Northeast 23rd, please. And I second that. That is not right that at the last minute they all of a sudden want to change this. I'm all about being fair and being open. And when I found out this was done at the last minute, I'm like, no, my city's not that way. We listen. We're not going to at the last moment vote on something that the residents did not know beforehand. So please say no, and if we have to table it, that'll be fine, but I don't like hearing at the last minute such major things.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to clarify that the city clerk's office does not touch the agenda in advance.
What's the name, Madam Clerk, that's next to speak on the item?
And in fact, I see the agenda when y'all see it, actually, when it's released to the public. I see Denise Saldana.
Yes, is Denise, hi, Denise, come on up.
Denise Saldana, 556 Northeast 128th Street. Okay, I support what my previous neighbor said, but I want to speak with more is about tab N.
Okay, thank you. We'll call you up. Thank you so very much. Public hearing, anybody else? Public hearing is closed on the item. Any discussion up here?
I don't
None?
support the item.
Okay, public hearing is closed, so, call the, Madam Clerk. John, what tab are we on? L? Oh, L.
Yeah, if there's no motion to approve, I think it
Is
dies
it-
without a motion.
Is it
No.
motions? Oh. Is there a motion? Okay, next item, how does that work, Jeff? Okay.
There's no motion to approve, so there's no second, there's nothing to
Okay.
vote on.
Your
for lack
item
of a
is-
motion.
dies.
There's no motion. Madam, your item is coming up, N. Item N is in Nancy.
Oh, yeah, we skipped.
Tab L fails for lack of motion. Tab N. A proposed actually, let me read this first. All right. Please be advised that the following items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to speak in favor of or object to or comment on any item, please complete a public speaker's card indicating the agenda item number on which you would like to comment. You must be sworn before addressing the City Council, and you may be subject to cross-examination. If you refuse to submit to cross-examination, the City Council will not consider your comments in its final deliberation. Please also disclose any ex parte communications you may have had with any members of the City Council. City Council members must do the same. The items that are quasi-judicial in nature are tabs N, O, and P. If you have not already done so, please grab a public speaker's card at the front and you can bring them up to me. Thank you so much.
While the public is doing that, just in case for us, including Councilwoman Timothy, just so that we don't forget, because that happened often, please just disclose any communication we had among us on any of the items. I had communication with Redwood. I think that was it. What is the 1047 Northeast 132nd Street? Who are these people? Miss Love, is the 132nd folks here? Is the developer for 132nd here? Can
For-
they?
In,
Yes.
That's you?
So what type of?
Did we meet? We met?
yeah, 132nd, the applicant is here, their representative is here tonight for
Just-
tab P.
David Schultz.
We're on N. N is in Nancy, no?
I just,
He just asked me about
Yukari?
this address.
Oh, no, I was talking to somebody else. I'm sorry, Debbie, I'm sorry. We good?
All right, so once again, if you're speaking on the items at tabs N, O, or P, please complete a public speaker's card. They are located at the entrance of the chambers.
Members, anyone's on
If you-
top N, please let us know. If you spoke to anyone from the developer, from anybody from top N, Councilwoman, please let us know. I had no communication. Councilman Galvin?
I've heard from a lot of residents on some of these
No,
items,
not
but I
the
don't
residents,
recall having heard from any developers.
Okay. Vice Mayor? No? Councilman?
no, Mayor.
Councilwoman Timothy?
Yeah, I can hear. No, I haven't had any communication for tab
Okay.
N.
Okay, that's all of us.
If
Okay.
you plan to speak on the items at tab N, O, or P, and you gave me a public speaker's card, please stand up. And if you haven't done it yet, you could still stand up as well. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give in today's proceedings are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say aloud, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Tab N, a proposed quasi-judicial resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving an application for a thank you so much. Approving an application for a conditional use permit in substantially the attached form for a proposed mixed-use development consisting of an 11-story, 240-unit residential building with 22,127 square feet of ground-level commercial space and 339 parking spaces on a 2.74-acre parcel of real property located at 12830 Northeast 6th Avenue, 12840 Northeast 6th Avenue, and 575 Northeast 127th Street and identified with Miami-Dade County Folio Number 06-2230-024-030, 06-2230-024-0340, and 06-2230-024-0310. In accordance with Article 3, Division 4, Sections 3-402 through 3-407, Article 4, Division 2, Sections 4-202, Section 4-203, parentheses, capital A, Section 4-203, parentheses, capital B, and Section 4-205 in Article 4, Division 3, Section 4-303, Section 4-305, and Section 4-306 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances, Chapter 29, entitled Land Development Regulations, providing for an effective date and all other purposes, tab N.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I was on tab M thinking I was
N?
on tab
Okay.
N. So for tab N, yes, I
You
had
did?
ex parte communications with the applicant. So I just
Okay.
want to make sure that's on record.
Awesome,
Thank
thank you so much. Okay, so one member did, okay, perfect.
Mayor,
Yes, sir,
also on tab N,
you
they
did?
had a meeting over at the Griffin Center. I was there for about 5 minutes. Would that be,
Yeah, did you, I don't know,
Okay.
Jeff, does
So I'll-
that
yeah.
count as
so
that?
I'll-
So disclosures include the developer and residents.
Okay.
Any parties.
so I was in that
Oh,
meeting.
somebody called me and cussed me out. Is that part of it too? Okay. Well, Dr. West, they called me, so I'm gonna put it out there. Okay. Go ahead. All right. So, we good? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Again, for the record, Debbie Love, Development Services. As the clerk read in the title, this is a request for a conditional use permit. The project name is NOMI 6. It's, the address is 12840 Northeast 6th Avenue, and it is in District 3, so the Vice Mayor's district. The request is to allocate 239 floating bonus units. Again, at these locations, they do the subject properties. There are 3 of them, and the ones on 6th Avenue, they are in the C3 Commercial District. They're also within the 6th Avenue PCD overlay, and they also within the NRO. And the third parcel is 575 Northeast 127th Street. That is a R2 parcel, and it is also within the NRO. And yes, the NRO is still in effect. It's a little less than 2.5 acres in total. The current uses on the different parcels, there's a private school on one, a church, and a single-family residence on the parcel on 127. As I said, it is various zoning districts and various overlays. The planned corridor overlay development allows 110 feet in height and 100 dwelling units per acre. The properties that are in the NRO are allowed 90 feet in height and 90 dwelling units per acre. So the proposal is for an 11-story, 240-unit residential mixed-use building. The reason they're requesting, they have one unit as of right on the residential parcel. So they need 239 units from you to create the 240 unit residential mixed-use building. There's going to be 366 parking spaces within a parking garage. And a percentage of those are going to be actually 45 of them will be reserved for electric vehicles with the charging infrastructure in place as well. There's a little less than 21,000 square feet of retail on the ground level. So the idea with this project is to have a very active street frontage along 6th Avenue and have a really nice pedestrian experience with cantilevered canopies for shade, in addition to all the landscaping. The applicant will talk some more about their project in detail. It will be certified green building, and again, the enhanced stormwater requirements. Now, Planning Commission actually recommended approval at their meeting 6-0, but they had one condition that they would like for you to consider, is that the applicant coordinate with FDOT to install a signal light at Northeast 6th and Northeast 127th Street at that intersection. That would be their recommendation, their condition for approval. So the economic impact is a little over 700 full-time and part-time jobs during construction, which is usually about 2.5 years, with about $27 million in construction wages that would be paid out during that time period. The city would collect a little, about $430,000 annually for ad valorem taxes. And because it's within the CRA, a portion of that would be, of course, going to the CRA as well, shared with the CRA. We do anticipate, based on their economic study, of $560,000 in impact and permit fees. That's a one-time payment. The housing is estimated to be $3 to $3.50 a square foot, which, based upon Florida Housing Finance, would make it affordable for those between 80 and 140 of the county's median income. And remember, that's about 79,000. And that's how everything has to be based. We had that conversation, Councilwoman Timothy, before, about that there is definitely a difference between the city's median income and the county's.
They
We-
can use ours AMI?
No, sir. We have to use the county's AMI. That's based on Florida statute. So there are some conditions for the CUP. Some of them are the standard ones that they require DRC review. In this case, in addition to undergrounding utilities and installing a 10-foot wide sidewalk along 6th Avenue, they will have a public art component, and they'll have to be LEED certification, 100% Florida native vegetation, and some sustainability commitments they're making, including their low impact development commitments they're making to the city as part of this project. So the next steps is, as we always do, they'll have to come back, they'll have to submit for DRC review, and then the site plan, assuming you pass it tonight, that's what would happen, is they would submit a DRC application, get the site plan, and then the site plan comes back to you all for approval of the final site plan. With that, that is the end of my presentation. I'm here for any questions, but the applicant does have a brief presentation for you this evening.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, before that begins, I
Yes,
just
yes,
have a
sir.
quick question. We heard earlier tonight about the new Live Local Act rules. Do those rules affect this property at all as it
Madam
stands? And if we vote them down tonight, can they just turn around next week and come back and get automatic administrative approval?
Just remember, the commercial parcel, yes. The residential parcel could not qualify for Live Local.
Does the church qualify as commercial?
No, it's the actual zoning. So the R2 parcel on 127th would not qualify to be part of the Live Local project, but everything in the commercial zoning designation along 6th Avenue would.
How far deep on 6th Avenue does that go? The
Just
entirety?
the first, just that first set of parcels along 6th Avenue, because that's one parcel deep.
Okay, I may ask for clarification on that a little bit later, because, you know, obviously this map was not put together with that new law in mind, so.
No, it wasn't. You're absolutely right, because these things are done way ahead of that, of course, so. Let me get the vendor's presentation up.
It's just important for residents to know, obviously, that the state has now tied our hands on some stuff, and even though we may or may not vote it up or down tonight, they can turn around and come back to us. Not even come back to us, just resubmit and get it automatic.
That's the only good thing about the Live Local, they don't have to come back. Okay.
That's what's on there. Thank you, sweetheart.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Charg, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant. Councilman Galvin, just to answer that question before I jump in, the answer to your question is yes. We actually confirmed with staff we could travel Live Local. We chose not to, and I'll explain a little bit as we go through it. But the answer to your question is yes, this project qualifies. We're not building any vertical construction on the site that isn't eligible. All of it is on the eastern 6th Avenue side.
So, Mr. Cazot, hearing that from Mr. Wasserman, does that make tonight's discussion all very moot?
Still have an application before you that you're considering tonight.
Well, I get you, but if Here's my point. If what they're about to present to us, which is not being presented under Live Local, because the application was started before Live Local came into being, if we vote it down tonight and it's eligible to come back under Live Local, that just means they just resubmit some paperwork and what they want to do.
It could be a completely different project. I mean, it could be, I mean, under.
But it
Live
could be
Local, it's
exact
different.
same project.
It could be the exact same project,
Okay.
but you have an application before you tonight to consider, yeah.
Can I ask a quick question?
Can we hear?
Mr. Attorney? So, in terms of the bonus units that you were asking, the 239, Live Local Act, that also mute us? Also, they could just take whatever they want? Debbie?
Administratively, yes, but they're.
Microphone.
No, go ahead.
Microphone.
My back is bothering me, so getting up and down is a little painful, sorry.
It's all of us.
Actually, they do not want to be limited to the 40% of, so they're choosing not to go that route. They're choosing to go straight up conditional
So-
use permit and market rate units.
So if any developer want to do Live Local Act, so they want to build up, whatever the case is, they could just go into our pool and just say, I want to do X and just do it as a right.
Essentially, yes.
Well, I would ask developers to do that. Don't come here and ask us. That's better for us. But okay, but now we got this, okay.
So, we appreciate staff's recommendation in support of the project. We agree with all of staff's conditions. Just to frame where we are on this image, as you've seen, Northeast 6th Avenue is a state road that's important. It's a north-south travel corridor. A block south of us is 125th, state road, east-west travel corridor. We're a block away from West Dixie Highway. So in other words, we're in a very good location from travel options within North Miami. In terms of context, we are right across the street from neighborhood friendly uses. We have a pharmacy, a CVS. We have a Publix right across the street. There are restaurants and commercial activation within a few blocks of our property. On our site, our directly abutting neighbors are a mosque on the northwest, 2 low-scale residential homes on our west, and a multifamily approved project on our southwest. And in one of our community meetings, a resident told us that site is being marketed for sale. In terms of the project, we have 240 units, as Debbie has said. We have 20,000 square feet of ground floor commercial activation. We're 103 feet, where 110 feet is allowed, so we're below our max zoning. Our open space is required at 20%. We're providing 29%, and you'll hear about that in a minute. We're providing a public park. That park is about 10,000 square feet. In terms of unit distribution, we are heavily weighted towards the 2 bedrooms, towards the larger size units. We have 62.5% 2 bedrooms and 37.5% 1 bedroom, so we're weighted on the larger family sized units. Just to frame the next discussion, I wanted to put an image of our project where we have the residential on the upper levels, parking on 2 levels concealed in the podium, and a strong ground floor. In this image, I want to show you our access points. Our vehicular access points are split. They're dispersed inside the project. So we have one access way on the northeast corner. I wish I had a clicker or a pointer I would show you on the screen. Got like a red light thing? Well, I'm not tech savvy enough to do that, but on the southwest corner, we also have a vehicular. Thank you. I meant the red laser light, so I could show you what I'm pointing to. But on the southwest corner, we also have an access way internal to the garage. As you can see here, both access points are accessible. So it's not that you have to come in one driveway for one use or another driveway for another use. If there's traffic on one frontage, we're able to utilize the other access point, and our traffic engineers confirm that's the best method to enter and exit this site. The commercial space, as you can see, is completely uninterrupted. Staff is always pushing for that. They do not want breaks in the commercial activation. They want it to be friendly and walkable without fear of a car coming in and out of the project. And the sidewalks are very large. They're about 12 feet, 10 to 12 feet on 6th Avenue to make it friendly and inviting. And along the western edge, as you can see, that's the green buffer. We have large landscape islands in between our project and the lower scale residential to the west. Here you can see in terms of the architectural design, the massing, the podium, which is 3 stories, is no closer than 20 feet but it's also 20 feet to 90 feet away from the residential uses to the west. We've pushed this building as much as we could towards 6th Avenue. The tower component, which is obviously the larger part of the building, is anywhere from 80 to 120 feet away from the residential uses to our west. So we've pushed this building as much as we can towards the 6th Avenue commercial corridor. Here are just some images. You can see the ground floor with heavy glazing everywhere. Staff wants that from a visibility and a safety perspective, as well as the wide sidewalks. This is a grand entrance on the corner. And here you can see how wide those sidewalks are. We hosted 2 community meetings, very well attended, no less than 50 people at each meeting. At that first meeting, a lot of the discussion was on the local source hiring. And at the second meeting, there was more discussion about the design of the project and how it works. I'll turn to the first public benefit. We are providing a park. It's very hard for cities to acquire parks. It's very expensive. We are providing about 10,000 square feet of park space on our southern boundary on 127th. It'll have a winding walkway, passive, benches, lighting, really a wonderful addition. We have other green spaces on site. That's for private amenity to the project, but this is becoming a public amenity at my client's expense. And here you can see some of the images of what that will look like, a lush oasis. So the main thing talked about at the first public meeting was local source hiring. We are targeting a minimum of 10% local source hiring. One thing Andre Pierre, who was at the meeting, emphasized is it's very nice when a developer offers local source hiring or intends to hire locally, but the community has to do their part, and they need to be educated on how to be eligible to be hired, bonding, insurance requirements. So we're really putting the message out there, trying to help, doing whatever we can, so that when the jobs open up, that the local members in our community are able to apply and qualify for those job opportunities. In terms of income limits, I just want to correct a little bit what was said previously. We are targeting 80 to 90% income restrictions for this project. The reason we're able to do that is Live Local, just by way of background, Live Local really has 2 prongs. There's the zoning prong, where you get tremendous benefits from a zoning perspective, but you can also do Live Local for property tax benefits. My client is choosing to go the tax benefit route, and that's why they're able to income restrict a significant amount of units in this project. Our goal is to, obviously, when you're seeing a number this high, I don't think any project in the city has done this before. We do expect to come in and ask for CRA funds, and at that time we will fine-tune exactly what this number will be, whether it's 80%, 90%. It's significantly higher than the 10 to 20% usually asked of applicants. And so my client's background is a builder of moderately priced workforce housing units, and that's the goal for this project. And we were able to use the new state law to take advantage of that here. As Debbie mentioned, we could have come through this process administratively. We chose not to. This is my client's second project in this community. We understand how important community meetings are. We've held 2. They were well attended, and how important it is to come before the public in this venue and discuss our project. Although now I'm hearing we don't want to do that anymore, but we're happy to make this presentation. I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. We have a couple of speakers. I am going to call out the names of those who have signed up to speak. If you did not sign up to speak and you would like to speak, please, you have a opportunity to bring your card to the clerk, Madam Clerk. Newly designed. And we are going to call them in the orders in which they were given to me. Okay. Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, we're gonna have, and there's 2 mics, so when I do call you, just come forward. William Corleone, Alan Pierre Canel, Denise, you back after Alan, and then Claudia. So we'll do these 4. So.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Williams Crosslin,
801 Northeast 167th Street, Suite 314, North Miami Beach. I'm a local general contractor in the great city of North Miami. And I attended both community meeting for this great project. I am asking, I want this project to move forward. Why? And I'm urging the council members, please, to vote on this project. Why? Because we need to put some local young men and women out there to work. And of course, they're knocking on doors every day looking for work. That's a good opportunity to get them to work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Alan Pierre Canel. I'm a CPA in the community. My office, my business name is Pierre Canel and Associates, DBA APCPA Solutions, and I'm located at 12790 West Dixie Highway. I'm about half a block away from the project, and every time I'm driving in and out of my office, I always see the area. It's been a blight, been an eyesore in the community. I'm very happy that somebody's finally decided to come up with a project, and I think it's going to be a very positive thing for the community. And I've attended the community meetings as well, and I've been impressed with the support that I've seen that the community has expressed toward the project, and I'm here to speak in support of the project as well. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Like I said before, my name is Denise Saldaña, 556 Northeast 128th Street. Okay, I'm concerned about the project. Why I'm concerned? Okay, I'm right behind the project. Like I'm the two house that he was said in the back, in the west. But what is my concern is, like I would like you to better check, because even when they were throwing out the church, the house was shaking, my house and my neighbor's house also. And my concern is about, like, when we start doing the construction, what's going to happen with our house? Because it can crack, it can tear down. That is a big concern of myself for my house. One, because I'm in the air, like all the project, because I know that you might remember me, I was here for the 555 before, and I'm in the alley, like that means is the air of my house. But if it starts shaking since now, just tearing down the church, what's going to happen when you start really digging and doing the real construction? Is one thing. Beside that, I would like to request that you be a how you call that, a wall, that to separate, like, for safety and also for some privacy between your project and my house. But yes, I'm very concerned about that, the construction and my house getting tear downs.
Can you give me your address again,
Thank you so
please?
much.
Could you state your address again? I missed it. I apologize.
Excuse me?
What's your address again, please?
556 Northeast 128th Street.
Thank you, Denise.
Not Miami.
Thank you, Ms. Denise. And then after Ms. Denise, we got Claudia, then Marsha, Worland. Claudia?
Claudia Pasmino, 13504 Northeast 23rd Place. I'm against it. It's all that's glitter is not gold. My main concern is I feel the city's moving too fast, building so many big projects. It's beautiful, but let's slow down. Let's focus on infrastructure and making sure that all these buildings we're putting up, we're not doing it too quickly. We got to make sure about, flooding and all this. So though it's beautiful, it looks great, I don't want to just throw things, do them quickly. So that's why I'm here opposing it and asking you guys to really think things clearly before you approve all these tall buildings going up and extra cars and all this traffic and all this. So I'm against it.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could make an announcement, Comcast has its storage services, so everything should be as normal.
Awesome. Thank you. Public announcement. There was one more speaker. I called. I did not see. I do not see that person coming forward. Okay. Public hearing is. You see it? I don't see this person. I think there's people outside. Anyone outside? Please see if there's anyone outside. Okay, it seems like there's no one outside. So public hearing is closed on the item. Let's come on the dais to, for comments. Vice Mayor, it is in your district. What I want to say
Thank
before, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, the project looked very promising. Look, you know, I think, you know, they definitely need to talk with the CRA and see, you know, what options, what we could do. But this is the first time I'm seeing it, and I'm hearing about it. So I am eager to learn more about it and you know, and see how we move forward. Go ahead.
Right, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Well, I don't really have any questions. I attended the town hall. One of the things that I did when I spoke to the applicant is to make sure that there was public participation. And the public that participated actually were in agreement with that, but that's not even more so. What concerns me more is the Live Local Act. And so I'm happy at least that the applicant is coming to us and is talking to us, and we can have an input in what's going on versus them coming back and doing whatever they want to do. So at least this is clear and transparent. So I'd like to encourage my colleagues to support this project. Again, you've heard what can happen. They had an opportunity to go another route. They chose to come to us because they know Ethan comes here often in different projects, and he knows, and I appreciate that. I did hear Ethan. You did hear Ms. Denise. I'm concerned about that. So I would love to make sure that you have a conversation with her and work whatever you need to work out with her if this would pass tonight. You've also heard the Planning Commission that they also want you to speak with FDOT and make all considerations for the recommendation that they have. You know, this is where, and more importantly, oh my goodness, how did I miss this? More importantly, the affordable housing portion that we're always fighting for. And that's what I'm excited about, because as we know with the housing crisis, you know, a lot of our natives are being displaced, and there's an opportunity for them to have housing, and so I would encourage my colleagues to support this project, and that's all that I have to say for now. Thank you.
Move for approval.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilman Charles to approve the item at tab N. The motion was seconded by Vice Mayor Estimate Irvin. Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Estimate Irvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Charles, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Desamay, how do you vote?
No.
Councilman Galvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
The motion carries with a 4-1 vote.
Thank you so much.
Tab O, a proposed quasi-judicial resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of North Miami, Florida, approving the Claude Pepper Park Conceptual Master Development Site Plan in substantially the attached form, which consists of 4 phases for a proposed mixed-use development consisting of 8 18-story mixed-use buildings containing 2,193 units, 121,500 square feet of commercial space, and 4,114 parking spaces on one parcel of real property located at 1525 Northwest 135th Street, identified with Miami-Dade County Folio number 06-2123-000-0050, and park redevelopment on one parcel of real property located at 1255 Northwest 135th Street with Miami-Dade County Folio number 06-2123 000-0180 totaling 27.67 acres in accordance with Article 2, Division 7, Section 2-701, and Article 3, Division 2, Section 3-204 through Section 3-206 and Article 3, Division 3, Section 3-302 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances, Chapter 29, entitled Land Development Regulations, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. Tab O.
Once again, for the record, Debbie Love, Community Planning and Development. You know this project. This is the redevelopment of Claude Pepper Park and the development of the vacant parcel adjacent to it. It came before you as a conditional use permit with the idea of coming back for a site plan approval, similar to what we did for Solomia, where it's done in phases and it's done based upon this site plan that you are hopefully approving this evening, so that as they come back with different phases, they don't have to come back before you because it's already approved. We would just work with them administratively to make sure that it's following the site plan. So let's get into this one. As you
So I have
know,
a question.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, if you would allow me.
Yes, ma'am.
So you say that we're approving all phases and you'll work through administratively, but I guess a request would be that if there's a situation, I would love, even if it's administratively, for us to be aware of what's the changes, especially if it's significant. No.
Well, we would have to.
Okay.
If there's a substantial change from tonight, which we don't anticipate
Okay.
it to be, then that's a different story. They would then have to come back. But typically, we would want to make sure that what you approve tonight is essentially what they would be coming back with, any tweaks that may be necessary as they continue on through the development program. So it's own PU. And in the area, as you all remember, you approved a new global PCD over the area to go up to 200 feet in height and 150 dwelling units per acre through the conditional use permit. So you allotted 2,193 dwelling units during the conditional use permit process. So it'll be in 4 phases, and they're going to talk to you a little bit about the phasing and the project itself. So we expect that the first phase will be 2 residential towers, the Joe Celestine expansion, and the Claude Pepper Park renovation. So that would be the first phase. And then they'll come back with, in 1B of phase 1, they'll come back with residential towers. And then the further phases are additional towers, because remember, it's going to be 8 towers, 8 buildings. So it'll be a total of 18-story mixed-use residential towers with 2,193 units total. A little over 121,000 square feet of ground-level retail commercial space, 227 ground-level parking spaces, and 4,114 spaces within the integrated garage and some additional surface parking. So the new park amenities include the amphitheater, community pool with a splash area, multi-purpose field, banquet hall, and then, of course, the Joe Celestine expansion. So, again, it's going to have 100% Florida native vegetation as required. I believe the architect told me that they're looking for LEED Platinum. Yeah, see, LEED Platinum. So they're going to the extra step in the project. There'll be public art built into it. And, of course, enhanced stormwater retention will be required, because we're really concerned about stormwater, so they have to retain their stormwater on site. So that's the requirement for all new development. So again, it's going to be in 4 phases, and they're going to talk to you a little bit more about it. And the DRC did approve this project in this format with some conditions. They construct and maintain a 10-foot sidewalk along Northwest 135th Street, and 6-foot wide sidewalks along 17th and 12th Avenue frontages. DRC has to see it for all the different phases as they come in, so we can compare it to what you're approving tonight to make sure there's no substantive changes that would have to be brought back before you. They need to underground all the utilities. Again, LEED certification, the public art component. So you'll see all of this in their presentation. It's a very nice presentation. So what happens if you approve it tonight is they will have to submit DRC administrative site plan approval for each of the phases. They'll come in and it'll be the same process we talked about for the Live Local, where staff reviews it administratively and issues them approval for each of the phases. Then they go to get their building permits and begin their construction. So again, they do have a fast time frame that they do want to break ground by the end of the year. So that's their goal, is to get this moving. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. They are here to make a presentation and answer any questions, but I am also here to answer any questions for you.
It's just the same attorneys over and over.
Well, last month.
Yeah,
Yes.
oh, it seems like last week. Okay, real brief. It looks real nice. Okay, real briefs.
So, Mr. Mayor, thank you, and I'll be very brief, and our team will try and be as brief as possible. So, for the record, Mickey Marrero with Burkhardt, Riddell, Fernandez, and Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, attorney for Redwood, the developer and awardee of this RFP. Just to remind you all, we're obviously thrilled to be here tonight at this stage. How we got to where we got to and how long it's taken. As you all will recall, in the summer of 2022, the RFP was put out by the city. Our team responded to that RFP, and on November of 2022, Redwood was selected as the successful bidder for this project. Our team spent the better part of 2023 on really two things: working with your staff and your attorneys to negotiate a long-term lease for the land. And once that was finalized, we moved into the legislation that created the global district that allows for this project to proceed. Subsequent to that, we then started finalizing the details of the project, designing it, working with your staff, and finally, in May of 2024, we met with the Planning Commission for this very project and went through the presentation, and the Planning Commission voted 6-0 in favor of the project. Actually, on May, not quite last month, on May 28th of 2024, we were here before you all on the conditional use, and you all approved that project unanimously. Again, the project you see before you today. So while we had already been working with your staff on the site plan and the DRC through all of that for the better part of this year, and even starting at the end of last year. So now, took a little extra time, but we're back before you with the DRC support for the project. With us tonight is just about most of our team here in the front, ready to answer any questions and to provide with the presentation. What I'd like to do, and again, we had a lot more of the presentation last time. I know it's late and you've seen it several times, so I'd like to keep it as bridge as possible, and we'll answer questions at the end as they come up. I'd like to introduce Robert Holland, another attorney for the project, to discuss the affordable housing and that part of the project. Following Robert will be Kobe Karp, who will give you the...
Okay, because you're calling 3 people. How long is the presentation? Because it's almost 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean...
Mr. Holland, how long do you have? Mr. Karp, how long? Kobe? 1 minute.
I heard him say 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
All right. I like that. Kobe got 1 minute. Robert, let's see if you could do one.
I was looking for 20.
Oh,
I'm
no.
joking. In fact, I'll just go off script then. First of all, I think we're very happy to be able to have worked with your staff and the community over the last 2 years to come up with something that we think will be transformative for the community. And when people really talk about live, work, and play, this isn't a development that you're able to live, work, and play, but it also has a village concept because it has elderly, it has family, it has youth, it has social services, it has educational services, it has sports services, it has medical services. So when you name it, all those things come together on this site. So we think it'll be something that the west side of North Miami will be very, very proud of, and we think it'll be a key piece of North Miami's book or portfolio of excellent projects as you go forward. So we're excited to work again with you to make this happen, and we're here to answer any questions that you may have with us. We think we've gone through a series of those already with you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, and I'll be very brief. I just want to say thank you very much to you, and most important also to your staff, as Debbie has broken this out presentation. We've had a real pleasure working with you and your staff here. It's a real honor to be part of this project. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank
I-
you. Yes,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman?
Just for the
Mhm.
record, I met with the whole team.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, just want to make sure that we have that.
Right, so I'd
Yes.
like to also disclose ex parte communications.
Yes, I did as well.
I might have, I don't remember.
That's good enough.
I met with them a while ago. I haven't met with them recently.
Recent,
but you're
yes.
welcome.
Thank you so much. For the item, we have a couple of speakers, Belinda Carbonell, Jasmine, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing the name wrong, Francois Emery. Belinda has two for the same tab, Madam Clerk, and this person has two as well. Okay, so we got these three, for the same tab. Yeah, you meant to, remember, I got Francois and just be.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Belinda Carbonell.
Yes, sir, go ahead, your name and
Okay.
address.
Oh,
go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, good
Choose
evening.
first.
Good evening. I see it's been already approved. I mean, I don't know why I came, but anyway, I come anyway. I love the plan. I don't love the height. I live right across the street, which is 1530 Northwest 135th Street, right across from the park. Now, yes, that is gonna ruin the sun coming from in my house, but I guess progress needs to go on regardless who lives in the area. My concern now is the children. We don't have schools around the area. There's one small school which is already struggling. So I hope accommodations are gonna be made for that. And crossing guards or some kind of crossing for the safety of the children. And also, my concern is due to the fact that that was a lake, not a man-made lake, an actual lake. And once it goes, yes, it's a natural lake. I've been here since 1970. So that is a natural lake. We used to do fireworks out there. Yes. That Pepper Park. That part right there where they're gonna construct. So they need to
Not the other part behind the church, Pepper Park.
Pepper Park, I live right across. Yes, since 1970. So make sure that that is really taken care of because you don't want another Surfside. I'm sorry to say, but it's the fact. And also my home, once the bank starts to fill in, I want to know who can I contact for the repairs of my home. Can I get business cards, please?
Yeah, we'll make sure.
Because my home will be cracked and I don't want to. So who can I see about the
Mr. Mayor, there's confusion.
my other question is why 18 stories? Why not 11? Why not 8? Why not 6 like the ones they have around here? Why 18 stories? Is it because they can? Or why 18 stories? I mean, we're not Wynwood, we're not Miami Beach, we're not Danbury. Why 18 stories when you're surrounded by residential family homes? Is it because, sorry to say, is it because none of you live there? So you don't have to face those buildings every day coming home from work? Oh, yes. In 135th Street or Opalaka Boulevard? No, not in front of the buildings. So you won't get the sunblock. Okay. I just wanted to, let out my concerns. That's all I wanted to do. That I love it. I mean, it's gonna look beautiful, but I don't approve the stories, the amount of stories.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We appreciate it. And you have the card. And you could always reach out to us here, from our city. Yes, ma'am. You could always come out and reach out to us. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, so I'll be short. My name is Francois Emery. I live at 1530 Northwest 135th Street. She said it all, and I'll second it again. 18 floors is not necessary. It doesn't make any sense. To 10 floors, 11 floors, that's great. 18 on that area, all those houses, it makes no sense. Security, will there be additional security and safety? Let's see about that. But whatever she likes, whatever she says, I am right there with her. And I'm asking these people, be decent, do the right thing, and please make sure it's safe. That's all.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Jimsby Jasmine, followed by Sishan Friedman. Fried? And then, are you Marshall? Or Maria? Maria? Maria, come on up. I think you are from top M and you just put it for top O. What's your name? Maybe I'm Gypsy? Okay.
Gypsy.
Go ahead, Gypsy.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Councilman, Councilwoman, City Manager, and my fellow residents. My name is Gypsy Jasmine, and I attended the last council meeting where Redwood Development actually went in more details concerning their project. And I found it very fascinating because I've been living in North Miami for the past 23 years. Anytime I need to do something, like, I like to hang out or anything, I have to drive either to the east side of North Miami, or it's been currently like to the Wynwood area, to the Mason. I often go to the Margaret Pace Park, which is sort of similar to this project I see, because they do have a park and they do have tall condos and apartments across the street, and you could see how many of the residents in the public park actually come and they use the park. There's a variety of different activities there. There's like a dog park and children's park and all these good things. Therefore, I was excited when they presented their idea to not only to renovate Pepper Park, but to add amenities that will actually benefit us, and actually to add some businesses. For example, when I spoke with the development company, they mentioned potentially having an urgent care, which how far do you have to drive to get to urgent care? And hopefully, possibly an Aldi's, like these many amenities that we often have to drive to that now we could actually walk to, because I live on 135th. Now, the questions I did have, and some of the questions I asked the last time.
I'm sorry. Yeah, your time is up.
Oh, okay,
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think we got it. Yeah, you had 2 minutes, but we got it. Thank you so very much.
Okay, can I ask one question?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I wanted to know how are our taxes for the residents who are currently living there is going to be affected as a result of the construction? That was my question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay,
We'll
thank
put
you.
that in. We'll answer that later. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Maria Werlow. I've been a resident of North Miami for the last 8 years. I attended the Planning Commission meeting of June 4th.
Your address, please.
I'm sorry?
Your address, please.
1470 Northeast 123rd Street. I attended the Planning Commission meeting of June 4th and was my first time. I was concerned about the increasing traffic and the degrading quality of life that brings to all of us. I tried to file an appeal after that meeting and was unable to because they directed me to public records, which was not working. I also requested a comprehensive transportation impact study for the city and have not been provided one, but from a search of this website, it appears there is not one. Upon doing research of the new projects approved by the city in the last few years, 2-3 years, I have found that there's at least 8,000 new residential units, 1 school, 1 medical center, and this was by June 4th. So now we have more approvals. So that's adding around at least 12,000 new residents, which is a 20% increase in the city population. That would bring us to a population density equal to New York City, Boston, and major US cities that have big transportation networks that we don't have. So I don't have any problems with any specific project, but I think our city and our residents deserve a comprehensive traffic impact study that is going to affect the lives of current residents. And thus, I ask our government to please not approve new projects until that is considered and a conversation is had with the residents of this city to see what kind of life we want and what kind of development is good for our current residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Maria. The last speaker is Sean Freddy or Sean Friedman. Oh, there you go.
Can someone also speak I'm speaking on another item, can I also speak on this one?
You have to get the card, but I think it's done. I believe so. Right, Mr. Attorney? It's per item?
Sean Friedel, 1035 Northeast 133rd Street. I agree with the council that the Live Local Act does limit your power, and that's a shame. Ms. Love mentioned a 1 mile radius, which means, as far as I understand, that if you choose to build a 18-story building on this property, that within 1 mile, if someone else chooses to come under the Live Local Act, they can build an 18-story building outside of your control now. Meaning, your decisions are not moot. No matter what you think, your decisions are not moot. So, if you want to build big buildings around this city, may or may not be inside of your control, and also considering density as well, I believe is within that 1 mile radius, then keep deciding to build big, dense buildings, and that's what we'll have under the Live Local Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christina. Thank you. And I think after Christina, that's the last speaker on this item.
Hi, y'all. Thanks so much. My name is Christina Bosa. I am a homeowner at 1050 Northeast 131st Street. I really appreciate seeing the native landscaping. I think that's really critical. I think it's also mandated. I just wanted to remind the council and all current and future developers of the history of our county as a place of agriculture, and in ways still remains a place where homeowners still grow their own bananas and fruit trees and vegetables. And I'm surprised to see the development of this massive size with a lot of green space has not been considered at all, including edible or community garden spaces. South Florida is a subtropical climate where we can grow food and medicine year round. And our residents predominantly come from the Caribbean and Latin America, where growing food is part of our culture. I feel these high-rise development projects are erasing this part of our culture and history. And I believe that is an essential aspect of owning a home, connecting to the place we live, is having that space to grow food and tend to garden spaces. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Public hearing is closed on the item. Thank you again. I just have a couple of comments to make. I heard everyone who spoke. Thank you, especially for the first speaker and the young lady who spoke after we did. This was a very, very well consideration. We have been on the forefront. This was, I could say this was a dream. This particular property has been where it is for almost 8 years. It was, I really didn't know what we wanted to do with this project. So everything that, okay, everything that the developer has put forth, we have asked and we have asked. We know, because I lived over there for the past 22 years. So I know that we have nothing and we have to drive everywhere. So the movie theater, the stuff for the seniors, the new park, everything, and Mr. Kobe and the entire team, they have been working with us. I cannot, as a matter of fact, the last time something new went up in that district, and Councilman could tell you this, is a storage unit, and I can't stand that storage unit, and that was like 8 years ago, and that's sad. We see all of these buildings happening on the east side, and I know maybe a lot of folks on the east may not, drive to the west side. There's nothing. When I say nothing, not even one. So this is like probably the first. We got so excited a couple years ago. We had one development that was coming on 7th Avenue. We all got excited, and I think we saw rendering and stuff, and the developer flipped the property, and we don't know what's happening. But this has been one of the property, and we have been working with the developer, the community. We have had meetings. They changed it, we'd have nothing to do with the heights. That's on the developers. But the amenities, how it looked, the shape. We were talking about the pools, the different stuff for the community, and we wanted to make sure. And I told them, if this is not something you could find in Aventura, please do not bring it here. And they did us justice, and I want to thank them. And this is something, and for the first speaker, anything, if you have any concern, ma'am, please come and let me know, because I live over there, and I've been living over there for the past 22 years, so I'm not going anywhere, even if I'm not on this council. Please, because this has been a dream of mine, and I would not let any developer come and destroy our community, and these people are good people. So we're going to make sure whatever concern that you have, we'll do the best that we can to address it. I know Ben Franklin is down there. There was a development that was happening near the school, the 9 acres. I don't know what's happening. There was a school that was going to go there, but they went to another site. So we don't know, but there is a school that was supposed to come on 17th Avenue a couple years from now. So with that being said, Councilman, it's your district now. Any words?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have a few questions for the architect about amenities that was added from last time we reviewed that project, and I met with them. It was last Tuesday, so we had that meeting, and so few adjustments were made, and including a banquet hall now and everything. Can you please elaborate on that?
Yes, with pleasure. Essentially, what we have done is we have taken the round performing sunken theater. We brought it to the west side of the existing JCC. That allowed us to also create an outdoor seating area with also a banquet hall, which we have for about 200 seats, air conditioned inside. We have another 100 seats outside. We have the classrooms, which are partitioned off. We have also have approximately 225 seats in the theater, in the sunken theater. So we have a total of 500 in total for the assembly area, which now allows us to have more green and open space on both sides of the JCC.
Very good. And then I'll go to the park now. The splash pad and everything, and that
Yes.
also
Yes.
been revised, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, as well as the community pool, and as well as the bathrooms and the service and accessory areas for that.
As for the green space, so see all the trees and everything, and there was one speaker talk about little garden.
Yes.
So is there any way that we can
Yes.
take that into consideration? Because I think that's a very good point.
Yes, we can. We certainly will. We will have bananas, we'll have mangoes, we'll have soursop and coconuts as well. Yes, sir. With
Let me,
pleasure.
Mr.
absolutely.
Kobe,
Yes.
just so you know,
Yes.
we have a community garden.
Yes, we do.
No, I'm saying we have one in the city.
Yes.
And what happened is the people go and take them.
Yes.
So we stop. So we just have Parks and Rec at Judson.
Yes.
Our seniors went in our senior program. They planted all the stuff, And then we wake up one day, the people from the community, they went with their machete, they took all the planters and stuff, so
Yes.
if you're gonna do it, it has to be gated, and so we just, so. Well, yeah, it has to be gated.
Yes.
Yeah, machete.
And we also agreed to have the security on the property like we discussed and so forth,
Yeah.
yes.
Exactly. To that point, I was going just right there. So we talk about extra police presence and everything.
Yes.
For, you know, all right. So I think I am going to echo the words of the mayor on that point. This is the first big, first of a kind project that we have in District 4 on the west side of the city. It looks like give us a great opportunity to add a lot that we don't have. Again, I'll look at the space for the supermarket, for example, that we don't have like one of them. And again, I'll keep on advocating for that Aldi.
Correct.
That I still believe this is something that we can add and make sure that we have that in everything else that goes in. Just want to say thank you. With that, I'll move it for approval.
I'll second that, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. And, ma'am, there's a question you have about the payment to, what was her name, Ms.
The effect on taxes.
Yeah, she stayed the block next to mine. Yeah, I think our value gonna go up. I don't think there's nothing, but we'll get you an answer. We'll make sure we'll reply back to you. But thank you, though. We'll get back to you.
I have a motion made by Councilman Charles to approve the item at tab O. The motion was seconded by Mayor Desilme. Vice Mayor Estime Irvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Charles, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilman Galvin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Desilme, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote?
I think she's sleeping.
No, is she sleeping?
It's probably frozen.
I know we,
Mr. Mayor, can I throw, while we got everybody's attention just a little bit, somebody made a comment about the lake being a natural lake. The historian in me wants to correct that. That was actually a lake that was dug out in the mid-1950s. 3 members of this city council, not this city council, I've been here a long time, not that long. 3 members of the city council went to prison for illegally selling the fill from that lake. So that was not a natural lake. It was dug out in the 1950s with the purposes of turning it into a water park, water lake, thing. So, just wanted to point that out, because if I don't start saying some of these things, they'll just absolutely get forgotten to history.
Thank you, Councilman.
Yeah, and I won't say the names of the people that were arrested, but I could name them if I had to.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Councilman.
Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote?
I think she's
connection.
The motion carries with a 4-0 vote.
All
Thank
right,
you.
then. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good night. Thank you. The last item, yay, Ms. Love. This is it.
Tab P, a proposed quasi-judicial resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of North Miami, Florida, approving an application for a conditional use permit in substantially the attached form for the development of 9 two-story townhomes and 15 service parking spaces on one parcel of real property located at 1047 Northeast 132nd Street. Folio number 06-2229-050-0460 and totaling approximately .55 acres in accordance with Article 3, Division 4, Section 3-402 through 3-407, Article 4, Division 2, Sections 4-202, Section 4-203, parentheses capital A, and Section 4-205, and Article 4, Division 3, Section 4-305 of the City of North Miami Code of Ordinances, Chapter 29, entitled Land Development Regulations, providing for an effective date and all other purposes. This item at tab P was deferred from the June 25th council meeting.
Excuse me,
Tab
the
P.
council meeting is still going on. If you are exiting, please quietly exit. Thank you. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Love. Mhm.
Councilwoman Timothy, how do you vote on the item at tab O?
Yes.
The motion
Sorry, I have a crying
carries.
baby in the background.
The motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
What? Wait a minute.
That's why we're gonna be here till
You're
1 a.m.
you're about to the end of this. Oh, my God. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
IT has to get the machine booted back up, sir.
Well, in
My
the
apologies.
meantime,
I
we got
can
100
walk you
people
through
here.
it. Just pretend like we have the PowerPoint up on the screen.
Okay.
Again, this is a
Your book.
request for a conditional use permit.
Your mic, Debbie.
Thank you, Councilman. To request and allocate 6 floating bonus units from the residential pool. The subject property is a little over half an acre, and it is located at 1047 Northeast 132nd Street, and we'll have this up on the screen in the moment. Currently, it is developed with 2 dwelling units. It is R2, and it is also within the NRO. This has been a project that's been making its way through the approval process for quite some time now. And it is through the CUP in the NRO. It would allow for 90 dwelling units per acre with up to 90 feet in height, which would allow them to have 49 units on the site and up to 90 feet in height. On May 2nd of 2023, the Planning Commission recommended denial of the project. The proposal is for 9 two-story townhomes. There's a 5-unit building and a 4-unit building. The average unit size is a little over 1,200 square feet. The project will have grass block surface parking spaces for permeability, a 25-foot wide landscape plaza fronting Northeast 132nd Street, so it has the typical 25-foot setback as a residential development, but it is actually a landscape plaza that can be used by the general public. There'll be a masonry wall around 3 sides of the property, again, 100% Florida native landscaping, and it will be LEED or national equivalent certification. During the economic component for the impact is 19 short-term jobs during the construction period with $1 million in construction wages and expenditures into the city primarily, it's anticipated. Ad valorem taxes is about $21,375,000 annually, with a one-time impact and development fees of approximately $46,000. And I really need this up so that you can see how it looks. But in the meantime, I'll tell you what the CUP conditions are. Again, they will have to come back, assuming if you approve this evening, they will have to come back with a DRC site plan approval, and then it will come back to you as City Council for the final site plan review. 6-foot wide sidewalk along Northeast 132nd frontage, and LEED certification. And all the utilities will need to be underground. We're trying to do this with all new development in the city, is to take all the utilities and make them underground. That makes the city harden and more resilient for the purposes of hurricanes and other storm events such as that. And with that, that is the end of the typical presentation, since you didn't get to see the, but if you want to wait, I'll be happy to show you. Otherwise, I'm here to answer any questions, and the applicant also has a very brief presentation that they wanted to make as well. So I believe our IT director has it ready to go.
I do have a quick question for staff. Can you address how Live Local affects this property?
Because it is it's R2 and there's underlying zoning, it doesn't qualify.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the council's decision on this property is theoretically binding?
Correct.
Thank you.
Anything that has an underlying zoning of residential cannot be used for Live Local. Okay, perfect. So let me scale through so you can see the images at a minimum. Well, first let me show you the property location. As you can see, it is a half-acre, a little over half an acre lot. It is in the NRO, and it's between 11th and 10th, Northeast 10th Avenue, fronting on Northeast 132nd Street. It is designed to look like, be a little more stylized towards single family. It is 2 stories, so instead of maximizing the 49 units that the site could have, it is 9 units. Instead of 90 feet, it is actually 2 stories as being proposed. You can see the elevations here on this slide. And this is the conceptual site plan that if you all approve this tonight, they'd come back to DRC to further tweaking that site plan. And the applicant does have a brief presentation for you.
Hi, good evening, Vice Mayor, Mayor, City Council members. Eddie Baker, Burger Singerman, 1450 Brickell Avenue, Miami, Florida, 33131. As previously noted, we're before you for a conditional use application. This is to allow for 6 floating units from the pool. This is a property that's located within the Neighborhood Redevelopment Overlay, the NRO. Property is at 132nd and the corner of Northeast 10th, 10th Avenue and Northeast 132nd Street. The site is proposing to have 9 townhomes. These are 2-story townhomes. In keeping with the context of the neighborhood, there's various 2-story multifamily projects within 3, 4, 5 blocks of this project. So I'll just leave it at that. A little bit of background, this project was before the Planning Commission in May of 2023. There was concern by residents. We stepped away from that meeting. We had 3 different meetings with the community since that time over the last 12 plus months. There were 3 main concerns that were raised. 1, parking, 2, trees, and 3, sustainability, stormwater mitigation. In terms of the trees, the site is having 8 trees removed. That's equating to about 5,900 square feet of canopy. That's going to be replaced by 14 trees with 7,000 square feet of canopy, so an additional 1,000 square foot of canopy. In terms of the parking, we added 4 parking spaces within the swale. These are spaces that will not be exclusively for our residents, but also available to the public. So these swale parking spaces were approved by Public Works. You can, I don't believe this is the most recent presentation. Yeah. Nonetheless, I can just show you, if you take a look, the area in blue at the frontage there, that will have 4 parking spaces, permeable surface. So that will, hopefully alleviate some of the parking concerns. There's, of course, 15 parking spaces on site, which meet the code requirements as well. And then with respect to stormwater retention, there's over 10% of the stormwater retention that's required for the site. We're going above that minimum requirement. So those were the 3 main concerns. I'm sure you'll hear from some of the residents today that this project is out of context. But again, there's this 2-story project with 9 townhomes in a neighborhood that in the immediate surrounding area has other multifamily developments with 2 stories. This is allowed by the overlay. We're solely before you today to request these additional units from the NRO pool. We're not seeking any variances. We are not building to the highest density as noted by the staff report. We could have come before you requesting 9 stories, 49 units. Obviously not something that would be amendable to the community, but we thought there would be something that was in context with the scale of the community. And then finally, with respect to the purpose of the NRO, it's noted that housing choice is one of the goals of the NRO, the purpose of it. Housing choices, not only single-family homes, but also townhouses, multifamily apartments. These are different housing choices that would be available within the NRO, and the goal of the NRO is to promote this type of housing. So our project aims to provide another type of housing. It's rental housing, townhouse, for all intents and purposes, a single-family home, 3-bedroom, 2-bath with a small backyard. And we believe it fits within the character of the community. We're happy to answer any questions you might have. Also, request some time for a rebuttal, and would request your support for this application. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, sir. Please, if I mispronounce your name, please forgive me. It's my head, it's not my heart, and it's late. And I will be calling, it's a lot of folks. I'm not taking no more, Madam Clerk. We got enough tonight. We have Nelfron James Cadet, Ramon Batista, and Hector Martinez. So these 4, follow this, and then we could go. Either one, okay? Nou te metal nan nepot nan sa yo. Nan nepot microphone yo. Any of these microphones is good. Yes, ma'am. Oh, thank you. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My name is Nelfa James. I'm living in Miami, North Miami.
No, your full address.
The address 131.
Ou vle pale kriol? Ou
Yeah.
pale kriol?
Moi habite dans 6e avenue.
Non, ki adres ou?
Adresse là c'est 131.
Non, il va adresse ou.
131 Nord 10 6e avenue.
C'est ou ki Jean Kadea? Ok, ki Jean Reli? Non. Ou te met pale, excusez-moi. C'est ou que les Nelfran Jean?
Nelfran James.
Ok, go ahead. Okay, I live at 131 Northeast 6th Avenue.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Te met pale.
Moi supporter et tapi projet.
I support this project.
Yeah. But m'pa connaît qui comment la vigner après construction yo et après comment moun soi-disant qui gen kayo qui gen meuble qui j'en étais capable dire et comment réponse demain li pral vinn
I support the project. I support the project. However, I do not know what's going to happen for the folks who own the home, how you were saying something about his furniture, how their furniture or the things in the house will be. Continue.
C'est juste question ça me pour me
Son questionnaire ou bien un commentaire on t'a fait?
Un commentaire,
ok.
Juste lycée
en question.
En question.
Je comprends. OK, merci en pile. OK, merci.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Hector Martinez. I live on 1031 103rd Street, North Miami. Okay. I'm here.
You can speak Spanish if you do. We'll translate. Savannah's here. Go ahead. Vanessa.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to. You could with English. It's up to you.
It's okay.
Okay.
I tried my English.
Perfect.
Okay.
Go on.
I'm here because somebody tried to construction, the developers, nighttime houses in the area, the 175 or 150. This land is for 3 properties, not for nighttime houses. I think it's too much. This is neighbors, it's a houses, no buildings. The other day is coming here, the last meeting is, I tell again, is I know upon to construction, but not too much unit. It says 11 parking for, is too much unit, you know. And now in North Miami, the developers coming here to make money.
Oh, yeah.
Not think in the neighbors, you know. This is my opinion. I want to construction this behind my house, next to my house. I have a family, my mother, my father. I have a small neighbor here to comment to upon to this construction. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. John, can you keep your phone? For us, the time doesn't work. Do we need to? Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Good evening, gentlemen
We're
and
trying to work on our
ladies.
timer.
My name is Ramon Batista. I live in 131st 00 Northeast 11th Avenue. I bought a house in 1989. I grow my kid, go to college, and I'm opposed to that project. A rental developer there, I believe, is going to be a destroy for our neighbors. It's a house there. Everybody have a single family house. In that place, they want to do this project. I believe they can build 3 single family house. And they're going to keep the neighbor the way it's supposed to be. A family, quiet neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jean Cadet? Vous devez parler là. Non, il va te parler, non, il va te parler. Où qu'il doit parler là? That's fine.
Comme en créole ou
Sauve-les, sauve-les parler.
Bon, moi, j'étais dans 131-75 au 16e avenue.
Micro, s'il vous plaît.
Le nom Mikoa, parler dans
En
Mikoa.
Mikoa? On sait là?
I live at 13575 Northeast 6th Avenue.
Oui. Ma reprenez encore?
Non, non, nous avons gagné.
Ok, tant que... Après qui ça, t'as continué encore?
Oui, continue.
Oui, après 75, alors si t'es là, moi, nous travaillons.
Non, 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 nous n'avons pas besoin de l'argent. Pour qu'ils soient ou viennent là. Parlez pour qu'ils soient viennent là.
Bon, m'vini là.
Est-ce que vous proposez?
M'vini là, comme si c'est vini au dit pour m'devine là, bah tellement film actuellement contre les autres.
Ou pas capable embarquer, pas de problème quitter ça. Merci en pile. OK?
M'gé problème qui on fait m'vini là.
Oh, mais qui problème là?
Man, we
Yeah,
have
I
to
know.
if we're gonna do Creole, we gotta interpret all of it.
I know.
Because
Okay.
for people who don't speak Creole, they
Oh,
don't
okay,
understand what's
he's-
going on right now.
Why did you look at me when you said that?
I don't have my
He's
glasses.
saying he
on.
doesn't
I'm
know
not even looking at you. I
why.
don't have my glasses.
He's saying
on.
he doesn't know why he's there. Okay, that's it. Yeah, I told him.
You're saying that if we're gonna
Yeah,
do
no, I'm
that, we
telling
have
you
to
it's-
interpret all of it.
Yes. Oh, no, I agree, but he doesn't know why he's here. So
Oui.
he needs. We have a lot of people. Parler.
Is anybody running the
Speak.
clock on the timer?
That's why, yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I know, Johnny.
Oui, mais ça me date.
Oh, mais c'est pas comme ça pour dire. If you, oh, bah, ne pas qu'à dire ça pour dire. C'est pour qu'il soit là. I'm telling him that he needs to know why he's here. I mean, he doesn't know why he's here.
Mais bon, m'vini là, il dit vini boy ici là.
Ça que
Moi vini ici là, mais pas tellement.
One second, I'm going to.
Excuse me. Hold on, guys.
Hold on. Moi vini ba ici là que pour me dire qu'à venir checker, yo te dit pour me venir là et pour moi être capable checker. Bon, c'est on me venir même pas te connaître pour que aussi me venir là.
Okay, he came here. He doesn't really know which item or what reason that he came here for.
Okay, can we?
Merci.
Yeah, can
Thank
we go
you.
to the
Vous devez
next?
être Alchita. Merci. Nous avons plus le asseoir. Okay, Clifford Apollon, Charles Gaston, Belazine George, and then Belazine George, and then Wesley Domont. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Clifford Apollon. I live on 990 Northeast 132nd Street, so I'm right off that street where the project is. I'm opposed to it because it's out of context. It's a single-family home. If anybody who's familiar with that street, it's nothing but homes, and I think 9 units that they're trying to build is too dense. What I think would happen if they do move forward with that is the Shalom light. There's gonna be a light on Shalom with West Dixie, if they build that right with Shalom, we're gonna have way more traffic coming in the Shalom Church, I mean, sir.
No, we
So
got you.
that's going to basically mess up the single family home dynamic, because I just have a newborn, he's 8 weeks, we walk with a stroller, so I'm not trying to have the high traffic, you know, with that project, so I oppose it. They can build something, single family home preferably, the 3 number is fine. I just think the 9 townhomes for this street doesn't make sense. Plus 2 blocks, they already built a 6-story, 6 to 8-story building, like I think on 128. So we don't need that. They could build something else, but I don't think they need that townhouse. So I oppose.
Thank you so much. Sir, Charles,
Yeah, hello, everybody.
how are you?
Yeah, my name is George Balizin. I live to 13155 Northeast 6th Avenue. I just come in to support their project.
Thank you. You have more, or that's it?
Yes, I just support
Thank
their
you.
project.
Merci, thank you. Wesley Domore and then Charles Gaston. Are Wesley and Charles here? Going once? Wesley and Charles going twice. Gone. Are you guys, if you are here, I called you. And if I do it twice, you are not coming up. If you are here, you need to be here. And we have 2 mics. Your name, sir?
My name is Wes.
I'm sorry?
My name is Wesley.
Wesley, what's your last name?
Wesley George.
Okay, your last name is Domore, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your address? Go ahead.
13155 Northeast 6th Avenue.
Okay, go ahead.
And this is and I accept and support the project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's apparently that's it. Thank you, sir. Charles Gaston, guys, please come up. There is 2 mics. There are 2 mics. I'm sorry, there are 2 mics.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gaston Charles, and I live in 13175, 6th Avenue, apartment 19, Miami, Florida. Okay, I'm gonna very brief. So, what can I say for the project? I support the project. I hope everything gonna be okay. May God bless. That's it.
All right, thank you so much. The next group, we're gonna have Kesma Medizor, Jacome Garcia, followed by Porel Aragon, I'm sorry, and then Paul Barrett. Yes, sir.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
My name is Kesna Mezido. I live in 13175 Northeast 6th Avenue, 19 apartment, and I come here to support this project. That's it.
Excuse me, guys, please stop. I know what you guys are objecting to. I'm assuming because he has an apartment number listed, that's a building. Is it a building?
Yeah.
Okay, he's apartment 19. I'm assuming that's what that was why the hand raised. Thank you. Assuming. Right? I think that's what they were questioning because we have 4 people with the same address. Okay. Go ahead, sir. No, we cannot do that. No. I'm sorry. Yeah, we can't do that. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Everybody. My name is Joaquin Garcia, 1065 Northeast 132nd Street. This is North Miami. And this project will affect my home and my family. I'm the next door neighbor of this project, and I'm against this project. There's too many units, not enough parking spaces, too many families renting, going in and out. When you rent, you don't stay for a long time on the property. and people will visiting on weekends will park in our space because they don't have enough parking space for 9 units. I against the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Barrett, 1060 Northeast 132nd Street. I'm against this project. I've lived here for 71 years in this residence, and it's always been residential.
No, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, can we just turn off that timer and somebody just do it the
John is- I
old-fashioned
think
way on a
John is
phone?
doing it,
Yeah.
You trying? Go ahead, sir.
I feel it's going to degrade the neighborhood. It's all single family. And it's always been that way. And it's going to create too much traffic, and I'm just totally against it.
Thank you so much, sir. Is Mr. Porrell? Is, okay, thank you. Okay. The next group, Jessica Machado, Elise Fernandez, Yukari Takakura, David Schultz.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Machado. I live at 13355 Northeast 10 Avenue. So I live around the corner around this proposed project. And yes, there are several multi-family developments around the city, and they are positioned away from the single-family homes. We have a condo at the north end of 10th Avenue, and we have apartment buildings at the south end of 10th Avenue. We don't have them mid-block. I walk that block every day with my dogs. There is already enough parking for the residents on that street. This would add to that. Those pictures are nice. The townhomes seem very nice, but they are out of character for the homes that were built in 1950. This is a historic district in North Miami. This is Irons Manor. This is one of the first planned communities in this area. Do not give away our character and our neighborhood quality one parcel at a time. It doesn't seem like much, but you're setting a precedent here for future development, and you're going to allow this neighborhood to get too dense if we allow projects like this within this setting. A previous speaker mentioned that you have 12,000 plus units coming up. We have plenty of housing available. It is coming up. If you were adding 20,000 residents to a 60,000+ city, you are already addressing massive housing crunches for not just our residents, but for surrounding cities. You've addressed the problem. We don't need to do it in this neighborhood, in this context. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Elise Fernandez, 1050 Northeast 131st Street. I live 1 block south of the 1047 property. I am opposed to this proposed project. Many neighbors surrounding this property had no idea that this was happening. It is a requirement for them to be informed, and the notifications posted at properties are only in English. I think it's necessary to have Haitian Creole and Spanish translations if we want actual reach to our neighborhood. There are many old-growth trees on the land which meet requirements for being protected. As the planning committee named last week, North Miami doesn't need more rental properties. We need homes that allow for North Miami residents to own and become homeowners. This is clearly an investment property and is not here to serve the locals of North Miami, perhaps to bribe them though. Please listen to the locals and the planning committee on this one and vote no.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yukari Takakura, 1050 Northeast 132nd Street. I am directly across the street from this project. All members of Planning Commission was agreed that this multi-family attached rental units would have negative impact in the surrounding single-family homes. I strongly agree with the Planning Commission's unanimous decision to deny this townhome. This rental development for profit will tear apart the fabric of our single-family neighborhood and leave emotional scars and fears that this could happen to your single-family neighborhood. Please ensure the single-family neighborhood will be protected from these type of developments. Thank you.
David Schultz,
1040 Northeast 132nd Street and 1036 Northeast 132nd Street. I have an empty lot in a house there that I plan to build a single family there. And with this type of development going on, it has boggled my mind that something like this would try to even exist. Just like the neighbor said, this is so out of character. We build that fit our type of homes in the neighborhood. I actually built 1050 Northeast 132nd Street. That's my wife. I built a vintage home there. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is a pitch barrel tile roof. It has 2,000 square foot. I went overboard because this type of house I'm keeping forever, okay? This is my best work I've done in the city since. I've done a lot of remodel and always bought old buildings in North Miami that nobody wanted. And I've been doing that for since 1980. My first house was breeze swept. The house needed lots of work. I bought everything that nobody wanted, okay? And now, having this development, I oppose this rental development because it will have a negative impact on our neighborhood and our quality of life and destroy our property values. This rental development has a one-way driveway in and out, will have dumpster trucks 3-4 times a week, delivery trucks, tenants and guests are all passing through one driveway through the front of all these units. This will create a liability for children, tenants, and guests to stay in a safe environment with limited amenities. This place has really nothing there, okay? This would definitely need 2 streets to survive and be adequate for something like this. So I agree 100% with the Planning Commissioner's decision.
Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it, Mr. Schultz.
What?
Jorge?
There's
2
a
minutes.
2-minute
There's a
timer
2 minutes
running when you
time.
hear the beep.
Yes.
That means time is up.
Time is
Okay.
As long
Thank
as
you.
they've
We got it.
fixed.
I think we got your point, Mr. Schultz. Jorge Palacio, Philip Cosares, Alicia Lewis, Shikarma Pandexa. I'm sorry, Shikar. I was trying. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jorge Palacio. My address is 1050 131st Street. 1050 Northeast 131st Street. And I'm speaking on my behalf that I oppose this project. I feel that there is a lot of residents that have expressed a lot of vital pinpoints when it comes to these type of developments. And I also wanted to state that I hope that there's mindfulness as far as who spoke, because there's a lot of people that shared their residency that they're not even a part of the set community, which I think that was inappropriate and unfair, because the people who actually live in the area, they're all opposing collectively, and at the end of the day, this doesn't serve the current community that's here. There's a lot of concerns that everyone have expressed in terms of what's the longevity? Is this going to actually play a crucial role for set community members? And yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. But just out of fairness, for whoever spoke, anyone in the city could speak on any item because we are one city. And I've always encouraged people to do so. But I do listen to the people who, the project is directly affected by. But we encourage everyone because it's our city. You may live on the west, on the east side, and I think that's one of the things that Councilman Galvin I listened to even before I got on this council 10 years ago. He always mentioned that we are one city. Just because it's on the west side, it's on the east side. If it's on the west side, we need your input. That does not mean that we know all the stuff, but point well taken. Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening,
Good
people.
evening.
My name is Philip Kukaris, 985 Northeast 129th Street. I've been there for 64 years, and I'm really opposed to all this condensed buildings that you guys want to do, especially the one on 131st and 10th, where you want to cut down a 235-year-old tree that this young lady over here measured for us last Tuesday night. Also, I was surprised to find out that North Miami has no noise ordinances, because the giant building that you put, wait a minute, don't look at me like that, because I already called. The building that they're putting up 5 homes away from my home is like a 4-story, 5-story building next to Lassiter Plumbing, and they're slamming hammers at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. And I was told there's nothing you can do about it. Now, the house that they're putting up now, these people are right there on top of that project, and they're going to have to listen to hammers at 7:30 in the morning. And I don't think it's fair that I have to sleep every night with a pair of over-the-ear headphones on, so in the morning when they start making noise with their saws. Anyway, don't do it, you guys. We don't need this in our neighborhood, and we definitely don't need the house, the place on 131st and 10th being built. It's the same stuff, and it's not fair. Anyway, thank you so much for your time. Good night.
Thank you so much.
Phil,
Thank you so much, Mr.
I'm emailing you the city's noise ordinance right now.
I think we followed the county.
No, no,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I got
I'm
you.
emailing it to you now.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Philip. Go ahead. Yes.
Hi, my name is Chikama Pondexter. My address is 345 Northwest 188th Street. So I would like to first off defer to the many community members, and I do agree with them in terms of opposing this proposed, again, project. Even though I'm not in this specific neighborhood, I'm not too far off, and the overdevelopment of Miami in general, especially in light of the climate crisis that's honestly right here at our door, is very worrying. I don't think that a lot of the development is kind of keeping in mind the local ecology and basically looking at more sustainable options in terms of like for addressing the current housing crisis, as well as doing it in as safe a way as possible for the people that are already living here. So, I basically agreed with also, I think somebody had mentioned before, that it's just a lot of development very fast, a lot of erasure in terms of our cultural identity and what makes Miami with the people that live here, and also just our relationship with the land. I think a lot of it is being eroded with a lot of these projects here, so I vehemently oppose. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Enilia Lewis. Okay, I'm sorry, Miss Lewis. I did pronounce it. I thought it was Angela. Enilia Lewis, followed by Ksenia Mendez, followed by Alexander Ajiko.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My address is 1068 Northeast 132nd Street, close to the project. My concern when I'm coming there in 1993, North Miami look like a resident. It don't look like a business area. It don't look like building. And now we have so many buildings, so many contractors coming to make a lot of building to rent. My concern is to reject that project because I have a blind son. I'm 39 years old, blind 7 years old ago. He walked by himself. Sometimes 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm sleeping, he's in an area, but I don't mind because everybody know him. Okay, but everybody protect him. Now, if I have a 9 unit, coming so many residents, what happened to my blind son? If he's walking, sometimes I go to work, he working home by himself. I don't have nobody to take care of him. And he walk by himself by the neighborhood. And I want to please you to try to make North Miami resident be safe, please. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Ksenia Mendez, Ksenia Mora Mendez, going once, going twice. Okay. Alexander Ngabiko. Alexander, 1040. Okay. Tatiana Perez, followed by Sean again. I saw Sean. Okay, Sean is here. And then Christina again. Hey, Christina. Okay. And last but not least, Hector. Hector was here, right? Did Hector speak? Hector Martinez? Okay, he did. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tatiana Perez.
I live at 1035 Northeast 135th Street, North Miami, Florida. I'm a single-family homeowner, and we've been on our home for about 15 years. That's not nearly as long as some of our neighbors. In that time, we've enjoyed a fairly quiet and peaceful community. That's what we bought, because that's what we want. We bought into the American dream, home ownership. This rental development doesn't believe in that. It will change the fabric of our community and will have rippling effects. There is already another property being proposed like this one just 2 blocks away. We are very fortunate to not only have nice neighbors, but also to be next to Biscayne Park Bird Sanctuary. When this developer cuts down those multi-century old trees, we will lose a lot of shade and we will lose a lot of native and protective wildlife. The NRO was abolished because it didn't work. The state chose the Live Local Act instead, which is another conversation altogether. Just because this application squeezed through the process doesn't mean that it needs to be approved. The Planning Commission didn't approve it, and I hope you don't either. Thank you.
Sean Friedel, 1035 Northeast 133rd Street. That's my wife. We live one street over from this property. Over a year ago, this property was proposed to the Planning Commission, and it was unanimously denied. Since then, there were 3 community meetings held by the developers. I attended all 3. At those meetings, we shared our concerns, and in response, all they changed in their plans is that the swale they originally took from us is now back as a couple of parking spots. My neighbors and I speak with each other and listen to each other. Thank you all for showing up tonight. This property is not more important than all of our properties put together. This business does not care to listen, does not care about home ownership. They only want to speak at us, and this is when they need us the most. Why would they choose to ever listen in the future? For generations to come, they'll ignore their neighbors. This property is in the heart of single-family zoning. I ask you today to vote for preservation, as this is not the growth this city needs. I wouldn't want 18 new toilets next door to me. We already have a problem with our sewers, and that's before the rain comes. I wouldn't want those people parking in front of my house. We already have parking problems on my street. If I wanted to live in New York City, I'd be there already. I don't want to trade the shade for a concrete monolith. They used to call this Tree City, USA. Thank you.
You're welcome, Sean. Which receipt this? I think this we are. We gotta plant some trees.
Howdy again. My name is Christina Boza. I'm a homeowner at 1050 Northeast 131st Street. I'm opposed to this project. Currently at this property, there are many old-growth native and mature shade trees, including cabbage palms, which are our state tree, oaks, tamarind, and royal poincianas. These all meet the requirements for protection, but they're currently none of these existing trees are included in the developer's plans. So the City of North Miami Zoning Division 23 Tree Preservation and Protection indicates that no tree removal permit shall be issued for the removal of any trees located within the zoning setback, and most of these trees are within the zoning setback. So that's a really important point there. So they need to be changed, the plans, to include that. Is what you're asking having to do with what I'm saying?
Okay, because I know that, that makes sense.
I also want to add, so the applicant stated that they're increasing the canopy, and I want to say that's absolute baloney, because these are mature old growth trees that are currently shading the majority of this half acre. I know this property very well. They're building concrete on like 90% of this land. Don't quote me on that number, I don't know. But it will take decades for new trees to mature to the current canopy that we have already right now. I want to add that I have spoken to many of the neighbors. A lot of them are here, but a lot of them didn't know. Ones that are touching the property, and I believe that they didn't do their due diligence in letting the community know. And I think that's really important and really indicative of how much they do not care about the community. I think it's really heartbreaking to see that people feel that they have to leave their homes of many decades. A lot of people have told me that they have sold already, or they're going to sell, or they will sell if this property comes up. And it's also heartbreaking to see our mature native tree canopy be replaced by concrete. Thank you all so much. I hope you do the right thing tonight and vote no.
Thank you so much. Public hearing is closed on the item. Thank you. Do you have any rebuttal?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
So just to touch on a reoccurring theme that was just noted about not letting the community know. As noted before, we went before the Planning Commission in May of 2023. We're now in July of 2024. We've had 3 meetings with the public. We've gone door to door and knocked on people's door to tell them about the project, to invite them to the meetings. There were notices not only required by your code that were sent out in various languages, but also our independent notices that were sent out for the community meetings that we independently held at our sole discretion. So that's with respect to the notices, communication with the neighborhood. I don't believe that those statements are true. With respect to traffic, a traffic study as required by your review was done. It suggested that, or opined that there would be 4 additional AM trips and 5 additional PM trips from this site. So again, not anywhere near a level of traffic intensity that some of the comments were alleging. This project, if not before you today, would have three single-family homes. They could be large homes. They could have 4 or 5 cars in their driveway, and you have just as many cars from this proposed project. With respect to renting families don't stay, that's a pretty harsh statement. There's families in this neighborhood who can't afford to purchase single-family homes, but also don't want to spend money on renting an apartment. They want a single-family home experience at an affordable price, and rentals at this point in time with the economy where it is, that's another alternative. And again, going back to what I stated earlier about housing choice, a goal of this NRO, also a goal of your land use comprehensive plan, this is what it's aiming to achieve. With respect to the cutting down of trees, the trees that are being removed are not native trees. The trees that are being preserved, the largest trees on the property, which are being relocated, which are 4 Royal Poinciana and a 50-foot live oak, those are being brought to the frontage of the property to create a streetscape, to provide shade for the neighborhood. Yes, of course, trees when planted, when a new development, whether it's 3 single-family homes or 9, these trees need to be relocated. They're smack in the middle of the property.
No, please, guys, don't do that, don't do that.
I'd be happy to share with you the landscape plans that were submitted with this application.
Let me ask you this, sir.
Yes, sir.
Does the state allows, like a developer, to remove, because I know they don't allow it for residents, to remove a native tree? Like developers could remove.
I'm not sure about state policy.
We're just checking on that. I'm pretty sure they do. They just don't want us to do it, the regular people.
Yeah, again, the landscape plan, tree disposition plan that was submitted with this application, signed and certified by signed and sealed landscape architect. So that's all I have to touch on with the public comments. But given the number of public comments, we'd be interested in meeting again with the community. We'd request your respectful support of a deferral to the next scheduled meeting.
I don't know. I'm definitely after tonight.
Wait, so you just made us do all that so you could ask for a deferral? Why would you not? Why would you not have asked them for the deferral at the beginning of the evening?
It was a decision that was just made after listening to the comments.
I'm ready to vote tonight, y'all.
Can we?
Mayor, I know this item is in my district. I know we've closed public hearing, and I think the applicant should probably reach out to the community once more. I know we don't have to grant all the bonus units or any units as a matter of fact, but definitely think that he definitely needs to make sure that he's touching these residents. And I was able to speak to Ms. Christina today as well, who wasn't aware of a lot of this happening. And Phil, who's my neighbor, is, and majority of the residents who are there are District 2 residents. So I appreciate you all coming to voice your concern, but I do think that there needs more work needs to be done within the community.
With what Councilman Galvin is saying, I'm almost on the same note. But Councilwoman, I don't know if the next meeting will be sufficient. They have issues. At least 20 people came here. I don't know if
Not to the next meeting, I would say defer
Okay.
it indefinitely until,
we come up.
Yeah.
Would that be, I mean,
Second.
okay.
Is that a motion to table the item
Yeah, until-
indefinitely?
Right, indefinitely,
until
correct.
whenever
Second.
They feel that, at least that.
Yes.
Just for the record, I'll vote for that out of deference to the councilwoman represents the
Yeah,
area,
I
but I was about to vote a heavy, heavy no.
I think, well, I
Thank
think
you.
all of us, Scott, I don't think it was only you, but I think out of respect for her, but, it's, but we'll see, but we don't know. There's no date because right now it's not looking good. I mean, I was definitely a no tonight because it's, yeah, I don't know, this is not flying. But thank you so much.
Wait, there's not a,
Yeah.
we need to make.
I have a motion made by,
It was second, I think it was second.
I'll second the motion
You
to
just-
defer indefinitely.
Indefinite.
It was already seconded.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
There was a motion
Just
by.
trying to get out.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Timothy to table the item at tab P indefinitely. The motion was seconded by Vice Mayor Estimate Urban. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
if we might, I need
Yes,
to
sir.
go back to tab L. Tab L was
What
the
is
item.
tab L?
Tab L was the item that had no vote.
Yes.
Okay, so I just went back, it was brought to my attention, because there was no vote and it's an ordinance amending, it's a text amendment ordinance, it will come back as, at second reading, because there was no vote tonight. As you know, when we may have to make some changes to the.
I'd like to reopen
Motion to
tab
adjourn.
L. I'll
Motion
reopen
to
tab L
adjourn.
to vote no. I'll motion that we
Okay.
vote down tab
Okay.
L and the.
Second that.
No, if we would, Councilman, and I get it,
Right.
but in all fairness, I think if I would say, let's just let it come back and then you can decide to vote no
But
or
it comes back on
whatever.
second reading, so it
That's
is
what-
like
that's what
we
he was saying.
voted in favor of it tonight, because
That's
it'll
what he was
have
saying.
passed on first reading.
Remember, on ordinances, you're really it's the second reading is when you actually implement an ordinance.
Yes.
So,
Right.
That's what-
first reading, you have, the way our code reads is that you're reading that ordinance for the first time, and it's really the second reading
That's-
that you vote on it. The way we typically work is if you vote on it on the first reading, it doesn't come back for second reading because you voted on it. But because this is a weird case, it's never happened actually in the 8 years I've been here where there's been no motion at all on an item, especially an
No,
ordinance.
we have items that failed for lack of.
No, there's usually a lack of a second, but to not have a motion at all, yeah.
Oh.
So I would just tell you, it's gonna come back second
Right, he
reading
gives
and
me
then.
a motion.
I'd like to reopen tab L. If my motion fails, my motion fails. I'd like to motion to deny tab L.
So I'm,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going
I'm
to.
sorry.
Point of order,
Go
if
ahead,
I
sir.
may.
I think he's-
The rule doesn't provide that. The rule
He's the
specific.
person who's bringing this forward. I'm not asking to hear your learned opinion, because with all due respect, I've already heard it. I disagree with it.
You haven't
So
heard
I
it,
made a
Councilman.
motion. I'm making
Go
a
ahead,
motion.
sir.
Are you my city's attorney?
Okay, guys.
I have a
guys,
motion made by Councilman Galvin to reopen the item at tab L. The motion fails for lack of second.
Go ahead, Mr.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah, yeah. No. We got the mileage, we got.
We
some
have a
stuff
millage
gotta
rate that
Yes.
still needs to be discussed, and it has to be discussed
I mean,
tonight.
we gotta pass it.
Doubly
So-
strong no on the next go round. Doubly strong no.
Wow.
So where are we, Mr.
Let's just
Attorney?
go, can we
'Cause I
come
don't know
back
where-
to, can we come back? Yeah, let's just come back to it afterwards. Let's do the millage, please.
Okay, okay, because I'm totally, okay. So the item, he called it the item.
There was no second, so.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's fine. I got you. Okay, so which item are we? Are we with the millage rate?
Discussion on the proposed millage rate for fiscal year 24-25.
I thought, let me, I know, me too. Where are we this year? Ain't we 7.3?
No, we are.
I don't know, I'm just actually.
We have the presentation.
Can we not have a presentation?
Yeah,
Just tell us.
Where are we?
If you
It's
can't tell, I'm
7.4,
about to
but-
leave
yes.
because
No,
my
I-
temper is running real short.
I understand, however, we do
know.
need the
So
council
we are
to be-
asking, we're trying to make it very quick.
7.4.
7.4. Can we vote to keep it at 7.4 and then we will come back if we need to? You guys do your budget based on 7.4 because the idea is we cannot go any higher, but we could definitely go any.
That is correct.
Okay. So
Discussion and approval of proposed millage rate and date for first budget hearing
make a
on Wednesday,
motion
September 4th, and
to-
second budget hearing on Wednesday, September 18th,
Absolutely.
2024.
I'll second
So
the motion for
move.
7.4.
Yeah,
That's how we always do it.
so move.
Second?
So, but I would, okay.
I have a motion made by Mayor Desilme to retain the millage rate at 7.4, seconded by Councilman Galvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries with a
But,
5-0 vote.
Madam Manager, do know, you do
I
your
understand.
best to, Roy, wait, you can't go nowhere. You're the man now. Between you and Angela, I see Miss Margaret back there, that's fine, and do your best to give us, less than 7.4. That's the deal, you know?
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
if I may, that was when, yesterday? Yesterday in,
Retired.
in that,
Meeting, yeah.
meeting,
Workshop.
so I asked, Mr. Roy to, go back and look at the scenario for 7.35.
You know, we,
So that was, that's where we left off.
yeah, and
So,
we could do all
exactly.
these. Once we pass it at the cap, we could always go down. But I know in previous years, 0.5, 0.4, by the time we look, it's maybe $100,000 or $200,000 different, but we will have time during the season to address it during our budget, time, right? Workshops.
Yes.
Are you setting budget hearings, the September 4th, September 18th?
We also have to have you approve the
Move
budget
approval of
hearing
September
dates.
4th and September 18th as
Second.
our first
Yeah.
and second budget readings.
Madam President.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
Second.
I have a
Second.
motion.
Yeah, I second it.
I have a motion made by Councilman Galvin to set the budget hearing dates, the first being September 4th, 2024, and second budget hearing on Wednesday, September 18th, 2024. The motion was seconded by Councilman Charles. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Yeah,
opposed?
4 and the 18.
I'll amend my motion to read 6 p.m. starts on both of those hearings.
Question, Councilman, when is the
1
council?
second, I don't know.
That's always been when we've done budget hearings. Please don't start telling me again what we've not done before. We've always done budget hearings.
I'm not saying that. I just saw that the city attorney paused, so I wanted to make
County-
sure that he was
Yes.
heard in case there was a legal issue.
Yes. Yeah, we gotta check.
We've done it 100 times.
No,
I'm
no.
sorry.
The workshop.
However, he paused, so I paused.
Yeah, also, we gotta check with the county to see what day, because we gotta go. Yeah, we done that? When is their hearing? When is theirs? Roy is gonna give us the date,
Miami-Dade County is on the 5th,
then?
September 5th, Thursday,
and then?
and the school board is on September 11th.
Okay, so, no, what's the Miami-Dade second?
September 19th.
Okay, so how do we have ours before?
No, we can have
We
it
can have it-
before or after. We can't have it on the
On
same
same
day.
day.
The same day, okay. Okay, so we good.
Councilwoman, Vice Mayor, I think I heard you make a motion to adjourn.
The Citizens Forum.
I move that we forego citizens forum.
No.
Unless y'all have something new to say, please don't get up and, again.
Citizen Forum is open. You could tell we, the energy.
Mayor, I had one question.
Yes,
before,
ma'am.
The council, because I know August we have the primaries, I think it's the 20th, and I know we have a council meeting. Do we want to extend recess maybe to the first meeting in September, or do
Oh,
you guys
I
want to keep
forgot about
recess in
that.
August?
Yeah, do we, is our meeting on election night? Oh, so we good, I
No.
think. So what are you proposing?
Is it?
No, yeah, it's a
Or
week after.
Sending recess to September 4th. Well,
Right. You
to the
on
first meeting
Zoom.
in September, because I know we go back in August.
No,
Yeah,
that'd be
August
Or-
27th. We're
We
after
good.
the
We-
primary.
I think we good.
Oh, okay, so okay.
Yes, I think we good. Okay. Public hearing is open. We got 2 mics.
I'll be quick. Claudia Pasmino, 13504 Northeast 23rd, please. Yes, again. I just want to give kudos to the Parks Department, special events, the Police Department. 4th of July was great. First time going. Everybody was polite. Your aides were wonderful. They were there since 3 or 4 in the hot sun. I got there around 6 something, and I was already in a good mood. Everybody was pleasant, smiling. It was a great event. Let's do it again next year, hopefully with laser instead of fireworks. But I just wanted to say that.
Laser?
Laser. Nowadays, you don't need the sounds. I'm gonna send you, there's several cities that do
Sydney.
lasers. You just see
Really?
the
I never
things.
heard of that.
I'm gonna send you the photos. So I just wanted to
Wow.
give, I like to give kudos as much as I like to complain. I also wanna
I
give
like
kudos. So
that.
you guys did a great job and I appreciate you guys having a smile even though it was hot and you guys were all there, there all day. And, the chambers, you guys put a lot of smiles and also the clerk's department, the popcorn. So again, thank you.
Yes, and I know Scott, when I get out of here, I do have to give kudos to Scott with the donut competition. Everybody was talking about that, the donut competition. I do want to say to everyone, have a safe and a happy summer. We will see you back here on August 26th. There's a lot that's happening, but we do not have time tonight. It's been a long night. This is the longest since my tenure here. And we knew this was gonna happen because we've been postponing a lot of items. It get caught up to us. Good night. Yes,
I have a
Madam Clerk.
motion made by Vice Mayor Samayoran to adjourn, seconded by Councilman Galvin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries with a 5-0 vote. The time is now 11:25 p.m.